Oh, lanes 3 and 4.
Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. We do need Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator. You need to be in staging lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, we will take you in staging lanes number 3 and 4, please. Pro Eliminator, we need you in lanes number 3 and 4. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. You want to start rolling in lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. You want to start rolling down in lanes 1 and 2 for your final qualifying session. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. We will take you in staging lanes number 1 and 2, please, for your final qualifying session. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you in staging lanes 1 and 2 for your final qualifying session.
again, this is the final call for Pro Eliminator, final call, Pro Eliminator. We're rolling you around the bend, final call, Pro Eliminator. Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters. You should be making your way in the lanes 1 and 2 for your final qualifying session. Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters. You should be making your way in the staging lanes number 1 and 2 for your final qualifying session. Commercial Safe and Lock, Super Pro Bike, you are on standby. Commercial Safe and Lock, Super Pro Bike, you are on standby. Once again, we do need Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters in the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers, 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you in staging lanes number 1 and 2 for your final qualifying session. So once again, we'll run down the order. We've got Eliminator Round the power. They'll be followed by Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters. Following them will be Commercial Safe Along Super Pro Bike. We followed up with Rick's Powder Coating 470 Doorcars, Marine Coin Company Junior Street, Lincoln Technical College High School, and then TV Promotions 1390, the Hub Saver 1190, S&W Power Sports 890, and Two Girls Garage 790 Index. Following them will be Super Pro, and then Sportsman to round out the run order today. Be sure to check out all our social media channels for the updated run order. But once again, we do need Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters. Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters. We need you guys and gals in the lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters. We do need you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please.
Once again at this time, we do need our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. You guys and gals need to be rolling into lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. There's only about 5 of you in the lanes, and we need about 21 more. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. We need you in the lanes immediately, please. Once again, we only got 5 450 Dragsters back in the lanes. We need you up here now, please, for your final qualifier. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you in the staging lanes at this time. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you in the lanes, please.
Ditch in the pits, ditch in the pits. Super Pro Motorcycle. We will take you to staging lanes now. Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Bike, Super Pro Motorcycle will take you for your one and only time run this morning. As we have our Verge Quick Outlaw 450 Dragsters underneath the tower. 450 Dragsters sponsored by Outlaw Trailers, Dustin Martin and family. Huge supporters of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. If you're in the market for a trailer, race trailer, equipment trailer, lawnmower trailer, 36-foot stacker, race car trailer, get a hold of Dustin Martin and the group at Outlaw Trailers, located in Northeast Tennessee. They'll be able to help you purchase the trailer of your dreams. So Outlaw Trailers 450 Index final qualifier Q3 coming at you. Brandon Long going to be first up in the left lane. Brandon just had a birthday yesterday. See if he can capitalize on the birthday weekend. Coming up against Kenny Carson. Kenny Carson in the right-hand side. Beautiful Boyd knot painted hot rod in the right lane. Kenny going to try to move up the sheet. Ditch in the pits. Ditch in the pits, ditch in the pits. Rick's Powder Coating 470 door car. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Rick's Powder Coating 470 door car. We will take you to the lanes for Q3 for your last and final qualifier. Rick's 470 door car will take you now. Kenny Carson currently set number 20. Brandon Long set 13. How about Kenny Carson to the top? Kenny Carson 450 with a 1. Goes from the 20th qualifier all the way to number 1. Or possibly tied with number 1. We'll have to check the speed there. Awesome run for Kenny Carson early this morning. And it is confirmed. Kenny Carson to the top. Setting into number 1 spot. And that'll bring up Terry Kamler. Terry in the left lane, St. Louis local. Won a lot of rounds last night. Looking over at the Twist and Shout Glasser Collision Center, Derby City Calibrations, Connor Glasser. Beautiful little Miller hot rod in the right lane. Connor currently number 3. He puts it 17 thou under. Will not improve. Terry Kamler moving up the sheet. Puts it dead on 6. I believe that'll put him in the number 3 spot. It does. That'll bring up our 2024 450 champion, Karsten Bloom. Karsten, now the Northern Ohio area. Karsten, car number 1V. Currently qualified with a 452 with a 2, setting in the number 8 spot. Going up against Morgan Napier. Morgan out of Tennessee, currently in the number 15 spot at a 453 with a 9. Double under. Maybe we're in race mode here. Karsten Bloom lights it up 400ths under the dial in. Morgan Napier missed it by 3 thou, 449 with a 7. We'll keep him in the number 15 spot. Couple heavy hitters pulling up to the line now. Current point leader in 450 index, Mr. Richard Taylor out of Georgia. Him and Mark Horton made the haul from North Florida and South Georgia. They put them all in one trailer and headed north. Looking over at Jessica Bogacki. Bogacki, local to the Southern Illinois area. win this morning. Said she don't get out. Jessica Bogacki. 450 with a 1. We've got 3 of them sitting at the top of the list. Jessica Bogacki rolls in and goes straight to number 3 in her one and only qualifier. So at the top, we got Kenny Carson, 450 with a 1. Larry Kahn, 450 with a 1. Jessica Bogacki, 450 with a 1. If you boys are looking for that Star Machine #1 qualifier, you have to go dead zero. And these 2 guys can do it. Mark Horton in the left. Looking over at Tyler Smith, our 2023 Verge Quick Outlaw 450 champion. Tyler looking to get back there this year. Good looking Mullis hot rod in the right lane. How about it? There it is. Mark Horton, 450 with a 0 to the top. Mark Horton, #1 qualifier in the final qualifier here on Sunday morning for Verge Quick Outlaws. 450 index. Attention to pits, 470 door car, we need you. Super Pro bike, we need you. You all should be in the lanes. That'll bring up last night's winner in our Indy cylinder head 450, 470 combo, Shannon Micheletto. And Mr. Firecracker Performance, Mitchell Transmission sponsor, Jeremiah Hall in the right lane. Both of them just a tick quick this morning. Neither will improve. Micheletto will stay at number 28, and Jeremiah Hall will stay at number 22. Up next, Logan Jameson in the left-hand lane. Logan out of Southern Indiana, taking on Mr. Larry Kahn. .470 door car, 470 door car, we need you. Rick's powder coating 470 door car, we need you to the lanes for your final qualifier. Final call for Super Pro motorcycle, Super Pro bike. We will take you as well. Larry Kahn currently setting number 3 at 451. Wants to shave 1 thou off of it. Not gonna do it. Trans brake doesn't hold in the right lane. Missed it by 100th. Logan Jameson 449 with a 0 at 155. Will not improve. He will go into elimination setting in the number 20 spot. Larry Kahn issues with the trans brake, rolled the beams. That'll bring up Logan's brother, Caden Jameson. He'll be taking on Brian Cook. Kate Jameson in the left, Brian Cook in the right. Brian Cook is double. Just like that. My man's perfect run in my book, but it's not going to get anything here in Q3. Brian Cook misses it by 0.03 of a second. Kate Jameson, them boys are fighting it this weekend. They've had issue after issue after issue, but there's no quit in them. Caden Jameson will come into round number 1 blind as he qualifies, I believe, with a 642. That'll bring up Tyler Sizemore. Sizemore, good looking hot rod in the left lane. Taking on Jim Thurston Jr. I think we should call him JTJ. JTJ in the right. currently setting number 14 at a 453 with a 6, as Sizemore has yet to put a number above the 450 index. Sizemore's just going to keep going under. 447 with a 9, will not improve. JTJ, Jim Thurston Jr., lights it up, 453 with a 9. He's got a consistent hot rod, but needs to find 300s. That'll bring up 4X, Gary Stinnett in the left lane. Gary, multi-national event winner and world champion. Taking on Mike Eggleston. Eggleston, pretty sure this is his first attempt, and lights it up 452 with a 7, and will put him on the sheet. Gary Stinnett will not improve and will stay number 31. That'll bring up Sydney Wiggins out of the Get 'em Performance Bunch, Western Kentucky based family race team. Dad Tracy, brother Cody, Uncle Trevor, cousin Eli, cousin Grady, boyfriend Tyler. Shout out Crossno. We'll look over at Tony Atchison. Tony, in the Atchison race car built, hot rod in the right lane. Atchison family, been a staple here in the southern Illinois area for years. .445.6 at 156 for Sydney, 447.4 at 151 for Tony. 2 solid laps this morning here at World Wide Technology Raceway. Absolutely beautiful day here in Madison, Illinois, as it looks like Jeremy York has issues. He has pulled out of the burnout box and shut it off. It will be a single for Tony's brother. They call him George. George, a TB Promotions 20 grand runner-up competitor. He is familiar with our events. Awesome individual. Got him a little roadster, got him a dragster. Son George Jr. does the live streams, podcast. 660 lights it up, 447.8 at 153. George will stay number 7 on the qualifying sheet with a 450 with a 9. Ditch in the pits, ditch in the pits. Absolutely last and final call for Super Pro Bike and 470 door car. We need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro Bike and 470 door car, we need you in the lanes. That'll bring up Darren Douglas in the left lane, currently setting number 20 with a 454 with a 4. Taking on Dad, the patriarch of the Douglas family, Mr. Frank Douglas in the right lane, currently setting number 24 at a 458 with a 2. Frank needs to find about 800s to land on that 450 target this morning here in Q3 of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series 450 Index, presented by Outlaw Trailers. Ditch in the pits, ditch in the pits. Junior Street, we will take you to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2, and high school, we will take you as well. So once again, Junior Street will take you to the lanes, as well as high school. How about Darren Douglas? We have a perfect 000 for Darren Douglas. He lights it 452 with a 6. We'll move him up in qualifying. Frank Douglas misses it by 6 thou, 449 with a 4, will not improve. So once again, at the top of the list, we've got Mark Horton, 450 with a 0, followed by 3 of them at 451, Kenny Carson, Larry Kahn, Jessica Bogacki. We're looking to see if we can get another one at 450 with a 0. Mr. Jonathan Wagner in the left lane, out of the Evansville area. Family team there. Good family, good looking hot rod. Awesome driver, young kid over there in the left lane. Right side, Josh Cunningham. Cunningham, 450 machine now, I'm telling you. Man makes a lot of laps at London Dragway. Been following the Verge Series this year, and we appreciate it. Let's see if either driver can put it dead 0 to go to the top. Oh, Josh Cunningham misses it by 1/1000th of a second. 449 with a 9, will not improve his qualifying position. Jonathan Wagner, a little slow out there this morning, 455 with a 3, but I'm sure they'll make adjustments. Q3 rolling at us still here. Mr. Cody Wiggins in the left lane. Cody, fun fact about Cody, took flight yesterday. Not in the Dragster, but in the El Camino. So Cody Wiggins in the left and Marla Hunter in the right. Marla Hunter pitted with the York family. Sponsored by the York family on the side of that hot rod. Marla is ready, 006. Puts it 13 thou under the index. Will not improve. Cody Wiggins, 12, 453 with a 7 at 160 mile an hour. That baby's got some steam. Will not improve his qualifying position. Attention to pits, absolute last and final call for Rick's Powder Coating 470 door car for your final qualifier. Absolutely last and final call, 470, we need you. Junior Street and High School, you've also been called to the lanes for your time run today. As Jeremy York in the pink taco, former Disco Dean Hot Rod, Diamond Race Car, nitrous fed, injected machine rolls into the water box as he will be her last qualifier for 450 index, presented by Outlaw Trailers. Jeremy York made it down to the final 3 last night in our Indy cylinder head combo, 10 grand to win. Faced Mr. Joe Ballard. It was a little dragster door car action at the semifinals as the door cars were 1 round short and fell in. Jeremy looking to go turn on 2 more win lights today and be standing in that Fab Machining winner circle holding a $10,000 check from Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Jeremy qualified number 8 currently. 20 up front. 447 with a 6. Got the race day tune-up in it. He's 23 thou under the dial in. And he's looking like he's set, ready for round number 1. We'll get a ladder put together and it will be posted in registration soon as we get it. And once again,
Once again, we do need our Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars in the lanes. Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes. Also, we do need junior street lanes 1 and 2, high school 7 and 8. Junior street lanes 1 and 2, high school lanes 7 and 8.
All right, here we go. Verge Quick Outlaw 470 door car rolling into the water box. Rick's Powder Coating, sponsored 470 Index. Q3, last and final qualifier here at World Wide Technology Raceway. It's points day, ladies and gentlemen, and these boys are getting after it for $10,000. No combining today. Door cars will run door cars till there's one left. And they'll get to hold that $10,000 check in front of the Fab Machining Winner Circle here at World Wide Technology Raceway. Currently, Aaron Glasser setting in the number 1 spot, 470 with a 9. And he's got a heap of 470 hot rods trying to get under 470 with a 9 to take away that number 1 qualifier presented by Mitchell Transmissions and Griswold Racing. John Cornwell in the left. little hot this morning for the left. Right lane, 540 with a 0, issues. Hopefully they'll get that thing straightened out, ready for first round eliminations here this evening. Attention to pits, absolute last and final call for junior, street, and high school. We need you for your time run. Absolute last and final call for junior, street, and high school. Up next, two of the coolest hot rods on property. We got Logan Jamison in the 1953 Studebaker taking on Josh Dunn. Malibu wagon, blown, injected, cut, chopped, stretched, got the tubs coming out the side windows. Josh Dunn currently setting number 7, 475 with a 9, looking to improve and move up on the sheet. Logan also looking to improve. He posted 2 runs quicker than the index yesterday. We don't have a tech. They both get away. 468 in the left, 468 in the right. Both of them miss it by 0.02 of a second, but looks like some good race day tune-ups. How about 468 at 151 mile an hour in the right for Mr. Dunn? Neither will improve as both were under the 470 index. But 2 good looking passes right there Sunday morning here at World Wide Technology. That'll bring up our 2024 470 champion, Mr. Jason Griswold. Griswold in the left lane, beautiful looking hot rod. Right side of the track, the South team, Jared South, in the family Camaro, rolled in last night. Wasn't able to be here yesterday. Said he's going to get after it today for $10,000. Derek Beach puts them in the beams here in Q3. Ever so slightly, they put them in. Looking for 470 with a 0. How about 000 to 008? 67 with a 6, and Jason Griswold goes to the top. 470 with a 2 at 145 mile an hour. 000 on the let go. Jason Griswold is ready. There's a reason he's got the number 1. My man lays down 2 total in Q3. Jason Griswold to the top. Top 3 listed currently. Jason Griswold, 470 with a 2. Aaron Glasser, 470 with a 9. And number 3, Dustin Martin, 471 with a 1. Jason didn't completely shut the door. Left 2 thou to get in on. And Rick's Powder Coating, 470 Doorcars sponsored. Rick Taylor in the left lane. Mark Bowman in the right. Both looking to improve as both have been under the index every qualifier we've had to this point. Beautiful looking Cobalt in the left and S10 in the right. Little move out of the truck. How about 470 with a 4? Will move Mark Bowman to the number 2 spot. Rick Taylor, also respectable run in the left lane, 471. And we'll put him in the number 6 position. Awesome 2 runs this morning for both those teams. Junior Dragster, attention to pits, Verge Jr Dragster. We will take you to the staging lanes. 790 lanes 1 and 2, 890 lanes 3 and 4, 1190 5 and 6, and 1390 will take you to 7 and 8. Attention to pits, Verge Jr Dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes for your one-time run today. That'll bring up Jeremy York in the family S10 in the left lane, taking on the one they call Bull Baker in the right lane. Bull told me these two squared off last weekend at Muncie Dragway. I think York got the better of him there, and he's looking to get back today. Bull yet to get on the sheet as he rolled in last night. Bull with a little move, had to backpedal it. Jeremy York, 468 with a 7, puts a 13th thou under the dial in, but Bull Baker's 12 on the tree. Got the tree figured out. We'll go back, make some adjustments to the hot rod, hopefully, and be ready to come up for round number 1. But that'll get him on the sheet. That'll bring up Chris Smith in the left lane. Race number 1, runner-up, Chris Smith. Beautiful looking hot rod out of the Lexington, Kentucky area. Taking on last night's Indy 450, 470 combo runner-up. Last remaining door car, Mr. Joe Ballard. Joe and his dad and his brother, awesome people out of the Mississippi. Drove up here, dodged the storms, got in late Friday evening, and already paid for the weekend, starting out the year right with a runner-up finish last night. Joe currently qualified number 5, 471 with a 1. Chris, at the bottom of the sheet, has yet to go over the index. Both are too quick. 467 with a 4 for Chris Smith. Joe, 469 with a 1, missed it by 9,000ths of a second, but it's a good race day tune-up. Both make clean A to B runs, and they'll come back around first round on the ladder. That'll bring up Kenny Dowis, the blown Ford Maverick out of Ohio. With his two boys crewing on the hot rod. They had to blow her off that thing earlier this weekend, got it back on. And Jim, Mr. Jim Huggett in the right lane. Beautiful little blue and white hot rod in the right lane, local to the St. Louis area. Jim 468 with a 0. Will not improve, but look at Kenny Dowis. He puts it 471 with a 5, and that'll move him up on the qualifying sheet. Kenny Dowis setting in the number 7 spot. Getting ever so closer to that 470 index. That'll bring up Outlaw Trailers himself, Mr. Dustin Martin. Beautiful 57 Chevy. Gonna stage up in the Edward Jones lane here at World Wide Technology Raceway. Dustin currently setting number 4, 471 with a 1. Needs to go 470 with an 8 or quicker to improve. Dustin would love nothing more than to put this on the pole, 470 with a 0, and take home that Mitchell transmission low qualifier bonus. Dustin, pre-stage. Bumps it in. 19 on the tree. 471 with a 3. Will not improve, but he's got a consistent hot rod. 471 at 150. He will stay in the number 4 position. That'll bring up Mr. William Inge in the Black Ice Hot Rod in the right lane. Got the Get 'em Performance team helping them fellers out this weekend. Awesome family. Met William at registration on Friday. Had his boy licensing in the car yesterday. Glad to have him out here at the 470 class. William's ready, just a tick fast. On the let go, not so sure what happened there. Maybe the nitrous didn't turn on. 514 at 135, not ideal, but they will go back, regroup, download the run, and see where they can make their adjustments. And that'll bring up our last and final qualifier here for 470 Doorcars. It'll bring up Mr. Gerald James. Gerald, out of Michigan. As they remove the plug from the hood scoop. Gerald, currently qualified number 14, looking to improve. Beautiful little Grand Am. Has to go quicker than 470 with a 2 to get on the pole. .471 with a 1. Good looking hot rod right there in the right lane. Good shot this morning. 471 with a 1 at 148 mile an hour. Will put Gerald solidly in the top half of the field. So once again, Verge Quick Outlaw Jr Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. 790, lanes 1 and 2, 890, 3 and 4, 1190, 5 and 6, and 1390 to 7 and 8. We will have final qualifying sheets and ladders posted in registration for our 450 and 470 competitors shortly. Next time you see them hot rods, it'll be 2 go down and 1 come back, as we are entering final eliminations here on Sunday.
Once again, we do need the Junior Dragster Index categories for Verge Quick Outlaw Series. We will take 2 Girls Garage 790 Juniors in lanes 1 and 2, S&W Power Sports 890 Junior Dragsters in lanes 3 and 4, the Upsaber 1190 Junior Dragsters in lanes 5 and 6, and TB Promotions 1390 Index Junior Dragsters in lanes 7 and 8. And we've got our Junior Dragsters getting ready to roll out right now on the starting line. We have our TB Promotions 1390 Index. Jack Bozak, your left side. The AR 1390 competitor here. Well, attention to the pits, attention to the parallel, please. At this time, we do need Super Pro. Super Pro. We will take you into staging lanes, please. Super Pro. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time. Super Pro. We need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Jack Bozak, 1393 at 39 miles an hour. Now about right there for Jack.
Pro will take the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro will take the lanes, please. Super Pro. Super Pro. Indian Zero, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, final call, you should be in the staging lanes. Super Pro, this is your final call, you should be in the staging lanes. Super Pro, you should all be in the staging lanes, please. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Sportsman, final call should be in lanes. Sportsman, final call, you should be in the staging lanes. In the pits, center in the pits. Junior Thunder, need you to the staging lane. Junior Thunder, round 1, lane 7. Junior Lightning, lane 8. What are we doing? Junior Thunder, lane 7. Junior Lightning, lane 8. Round number 1, come on down. Junior Thunder, lane 7. Junior Lightning, lane 8. Round number 1, come on down. Again, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, leading the lanes for round number 1. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, leading the lanes, round number 1, please. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, this is your final call. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, this is your final call. Once again, Junior Dragsters, think we're missing a couple of you. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, final call. We're about to start the chip drop. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, final call. Need you to the staging lanes, please. I think we're missing a couple of you. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, absolute final call. Need you to the staging lanes. I believe we're missing a couple of you. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, absolute final call. We need you guys to the staging lanes, please.
And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take Pro Eliminator, we will take you in staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, we will take you in staging lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. Pro Eliminator, we will take you in lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. And at this time, we do need Pro Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, we will take you into staging lanes number 3 and 4. For round number 1, Pro Eliminator, we will take you in staging lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we do need round number 1 of Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters to the staging lanes. And we'd like to ask that you please pull in on the right-hand side of the lanes and pull in for pairing. Try and stop just past the crosswalk area. Make sure you pull in an angle to make it nice and easy to stack a whole bunch of cars in there and pull you out nice and easy. Once the time comes that you are paired to go into the lanes. And once again, we do need our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Right inside of the staging lanes, please. For pairing, be sure that you pull in at an angle. That way we can maximize our space back there. Once again, Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes for round number 1 on the right-hand side of the staging lanes. Be sure that you pull in for pairing. Damon Hartberger, 69 red, no good. Right-hand car there, 76, and moving on. One of the Reeds rolling up left side, 890 the dial. Braden Hearn on the right side, 1259. Gets shot out just, right around 4 seconds there. Top end, your winner will be one of the Reeds, 897.5 on that 890 dial in. 22, take 2 tenths to go 7 over 5 to round out Junior Dragster Thunder. Your next class on the racetrack will be Junior Dragster Lightning. Once again, we do need Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, we will take you into the staging lanes, please. And attention to the pits, once again, we do need Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. The back right-hand side of the staging lanes for pairing, please. I stand corrected. That was not the end of Junior Dragster Thunder. And we've got a pair of the Bogacki boys. Luke's out there running around, getting them both fired up, getting them pulled up. Jack Bogacki left side, the 1390 machine. Gary Bogacki on the right side, the 890 machine. And Gary comes in at 11 years old. Jack Bogacki, 6 years young. Will the younger brother share the older brother? Who's boss? Or will the older brother be the wiser? Old Luke going to be running around trying to get both cars set up just right for the boys. Luke out in front of Gary, getting him lined up. Jack waits patiently on the left side. That's the fun of the chip draw here. You never know who you're going to get. And in this case, the brothers got it here in the first round. Well, once again, we do need our Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters to the back right-hand side of the lanes for pairing. Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters. We need you on the back right-hand side of the lanes for pairing, please. As Jack rolls in deep, Christmas tree falls down. And Gary hits it 12 thou too soon. Jack is 47 up front. Legs it on down. 14 flat 3 on that 1391 dial. And Gary Bogacki, 12 red, dead 4. Will have his setup good when he rolls back around for 890 index later on this afternoon. So we are jumping over into our Junior Dragster Lightning category. I believe that's Colton Reed, right side, 793 on the dial on board. Looks over to see Isabella Hammock. Isabella left side, the Wentzville, Missouri-based. 2012 Junior Dragster, 790 the dial in. Once again, we do need our Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters to the rear staging for pairing, please. Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters. We will take you into the rear staging for pairing. Reed 793, Hammock 790, pre-stage, staged, Christmas tree falls, both are red, and the true start, victory. The wind lights will turn on for Reed. Hammock actually left before Reed's green light came on. Reed, 8 thou red, moves on into round number 2. Carson Elkins rolls up left side. Michael Murdo on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Michael out of St. Louis, Missouri. The 05 RPC chassis. 792 the dial in for Michael. Carson Elkins. Looks like a Mike Boss chassis over there for Elkins. Based out of Alton, Illinois. 790 the dial in for Carson. And last night, Carson was on a roll. I believe went 14 rounds straight between the points race for World Wide Technology Raceway and the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Laid together a string of good runs to 1 victory and 1 runner-up last night. Looking to do the same here today on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Madison, Illinois, underneath the arch here at World Wide Technology Raceway. Green lights a pair, 1 driver significantly better than the other. At the top end, will it play out in favor of the red? And it does. Elkins is 40, takes 13th thou stripe to go 796.5 on the 790. Michael Murdo missed the tree a little bit up front. He was 101 to go 1/7 and was no good here in round number 1. He'll have to visit the buyback window. Carson Elkins moves on into round number 2. It's Andrew Pinsky and Tori Nolan
make their way to the starting line. Penske left side, 790 the dial in. The Ditter Missouri-based entry, and Tori Nolan, the Troy Missouri-based 2011 motivational chassis. Once again, we do need our Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters to the rear of staging for pairing, please. Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters. We will take you into the rear of the staging lanes, please, for pairing. Outlaw trailers, 450 index dragsters. We will take you to the rear of the staging lanes for pairing, please. Penske lays down a good lap there, 19 up front, 3 over 4. Tori Nolan missed the tree, broke out trying to stay alongside and couldn't get the job done. Maya Herberger and Luca Markham up now. Hayberger left side out of Beaufort, Missouri, the 2018 half-scale junior dragster. Looks over to see Luca Markham. Luca right side, 790 on the dial-in board. This one's all but sealed up from the get-go. Oh, double breakout wind light. Turns on for Luca Markham. 28 up front, takes 23 thou to go 784.6 on the 790. Harburger breaks out by a ton more, 795.4 on the 807. It's Kaylee Painter and Sarah Stewart make their way to the starting line now. Kaylee Painter, left side, 8 flat the dial-in. And Sarah Stewart, the Washington, Missouri-based JR race car, on the right-hand side of the racetrack, dialed in at 790. Once again, Pro Eliminator, you should be in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. As we also do need our 450 index dragsters, brought to you by Outlaw Trailers. 450 index dragsters, we will take you into the staging lanes, please. 450 index dragsters, we will take you into the staging lanes. Green lights a pair. Go by the 330. Long light. Turns on for Kaylee. 18 dead to 1, lays down 19 total. Sarah Stewart misses the tree up front, goes 6 above 1. Not going to get the job done here in round number 1 of Junior Dragster Lightning. Kaylee Painter lays down a nice lap there. 19 total here in round 1. Stetson Taylor, the Ditter, Missouri-based 2023 next-gen race car. Left side comes up on the solo. 790 on the dial-in board. We'll see what he can do here. Pro, you should be back in the lanes. Raring up, ready to go. Pro, you should be in the lanes. 450 index dragsters. I see you all pairing up and rolling up. We love to see that. Might be missing a few of you back there, so if you can get on into the staging lanes, it'd be greatly appreciated. Outlaw Trailers, 450 index dragsters. We do need you into the staging lanes at this time. Super Pro Bike, you are on standby. Super Pro Motorcycle, you are on standby. Stetson Taylor drops it dead on 9, 790 with a 9 after being 58 at red up front. He will come back in round at number 2. All right, here comes Pro Eliminator. Bottom of Demons, 8 miles the distance. No electronics. Foot brake, trans brake on the bottom bob. We've even got motorcycles in here. They bring up our first pair. Janie Palm on the left side. The Bunker Hill, Illinois-based 2022 Hayabusa. Dialed in at a 583. She will spot Matt Lewis. Few second head start, Matt Lewis, 707 the dial-in. for the Brighton, Illinois-based 1979 model Camaro. Once again, Outlaw Trailers, 450 index dragsters. You should be in the lanes. Outlaw Trailers, 450 index dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes, please. So we are running Pro Eliminator first round. Coming at you right about now. And let's just say Janie Palm almost just left with Matt Lewis. Matt Lewis rolls through. Janie Palm sack gas. 585.4 on the 583. She was ready. She was 004 up front. Goes 2 above 4, moves on, and she was ready to lay down a flat, nasty lap here in round 1. Matt Lewis rolled through the beams, couldn't get it up on the brake. Goes 780 with a 5 on the 707. We'll have to visit the buyback window. Motorcycle left side, looks like one of the Moors. Dialed 595, we'll look over to see Linus Raparda. Linus on the right side. The 1997 Camaro, dialed 685, based out of Barlow, Illinois. 003 to a 30, top end will be Linus. He's 30 up front, 1 over 2, takes a 10. The motorcycle on the left side was 003, just couldn't cover the numbers, 613.9 on the 595. Is John Radulowski and Mike Eggleston make their way to the starting line now. Mike Eggleston right side. The 1966 Chevy Deuce. Chevy so nice they made it twice. Dialed 595. We'll look over his left shoulder to see John Radulowski. Radulowski right down the road in Highland, Illinois. 626 to dial in for the second generation Camaro. Green lights a pair. Reaction time advantage. Radulowski, your winner. 003. 5 over 1, 631.1 on the 626. Mike Eggleston was 52 up front, missed the tree right there. 1 over 8, no good here in this round of eliminations. Once again, Outlaw Trailers, 450 index dragsters. Look like we got most all of you back there. And we will go ahead and put the call out for Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Motorcycle, we will take you into the staging lanes. Commercial Save and Lock, Super Pro Bike, we will take you into the lanes for round number 1. Into lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Commercial Save and Lock, Super Pro Bike. We will take you in staging lanes 5, 6, and 7 for round number 1, please. Commercial Safe and Lock, Super Pro Motorcycle. We will take you in lanes 5, 6, and 7 for round number 1. Mike Davis and Sam Stewart up front. The 62 Falcon picks up the win light. He was behind by 50 at the tree. He's 70 up front, 6 over 1, takes 21. Mike Davis, 21, couldn't cover the number. 853, 1 on the 840. Sam Stewart moving on. Wyatt Young and Kevin Corzine up now. It's way red right there. Kevin, 20. Goes 579.8 on the 581. Once again, listen up. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pit area, please. We do need Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. The lanes 5, 6, and 7 for round number 1. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. We will take you in the staging lanes 5, 6, and 7 for round number 1. Is Mike Radulowski and John Tigner make their way to the starting line. Tigner, 615, the Malibu. Not quite sure what that is over there for Radulowski. Radulowski, 623, the dial in. 006, 1 over 2, lays down 18 total. Tigner, 23, and in the way when he let go of the button. 1 over 2, no good. Is Ron Beach the third and James Miller make their way to the starting line. Miller, 690 the dial in the S10 pickup truck. Ron Beach, the Pontiac GTO out of Troy, Illinois, dialed 694. 30 thou separating him as he go by the Christmas tree. Rod Beach, not quite sure what happened out there for him. James Miller gets out there, sees the beach has a problem, slows down, gets the win light. 7:42 on the 690. Brad Bogart, Eric Bolin, win light, Eric Bolin. 84 up front, 6 over 2. Moving on, 7 over 2, I'm sorry. Jeff Gunn and Troy. Jeff Gunn and Brad Kammerer. Brad right side, 771 the dial in for the Camaro. Jeff Gunn, O'Fallon, Missouri-based, S10, dialed 647. Once again, we do need commercials, safe and lock, Super Pro Bike, the lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Commercial, safe and lock, Super Pro Bike. We will take you in lanes 5, 6, and 7. Brad Kammerer, 009, 2 over 5, moving on. Jeff Kahn missed the tree right there, 74, dead 7, no good. Hey, attention up, listen to the pits. If you have the ultimate misfortune of losing in round number 1 in the Carl's 4-wheel drive bracket series for World Wide Technology Raceway buybacks, in the ultimate misfortune of losing in round number 1, and you find yourself so desirous to come back and give it another go here this afternoon, buybacks are in the head of the staging lanes in the booth. Be sure and stop over there. They will get you taken care of. Buybacks for Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, Motorcycle, Jr Dragster. At the booth, at the head of the staging lanes, is Tommy Barbaro. Is 36 up front. And 3 over 7 to go 631.7. David Shear, 59 up front, goes 702.2. And it was mathematically ineligible. Dennis Pearson and Charles Willis Sr. make their way to the lanes. Willis, the Bunker Hill, Illinois-based 2022 Hayabusa, dialed 593. And Dennis Pearson, dialed 637 in the Camaro. Dennis Pearson, 10 red, going to be kicking himself when he sees the time. 87 to go 609.3 and 117 for the win. Steve Zuner and Jason Grams make their way to the starting line now. Zuner, left side, the Imperial, Missouri-based 2001 Dodge Dakota, dialed 778. So he will look over his right shoulder to see Jason Grams. Grams, the 1974 Vega out of St. Peters, Missouri. Little Dodge Dakota that could. All right, attention to the pits. Attention. Once again, we need commercial, safe, and lock. Super Pro Bike to lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Commercial, safe, and lock. Super Pro Bike. We will take you to lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Jason Grams is way red right there. Zuner 007, 1 over 3. And moving on. And attention to the pits. Listen up. Attention to the pits. At this time, we do need our Rick's powder coating. 470 index door cars. Rick's powder coating, 470 index door cars. We will take you into the rear of the staging lanes for pairing, please. Rick's powder coating, 470 index door cars. We will take you to the rear of the staging lanes, please, for pairing. Rick's powder coating, 470 index door cars. We will take you to the rear of the staging lanes for pairing. Left side, Dodge Challenger, dialed 770, will take on Jesse Garcia, the Collinsville, Illinois-based yellow 1978 Nova. Dialed 662. Jesse Garcia does not leave the starting line. And he still gets the win line. The Challenger, 91 up front, 797 for it on the 770 dial-in. Not sure what happened there for Garcia as he gets pushed off the starting line. Danny Radulowski waits in the water box on his solo run. Once again, while it's quiet, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we do need Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index Door Cars. Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index Door Cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index Door Cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. This is your absolute last and final call for Super Pro Motorcycle. If you are not in the lanes, you are going to miss your round. Absolute last and final call for Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. You should be in lanes 5, 6, and 7 right now. Absolute last and final call for Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. You should be in lanes 5, 6, and 7 now. So Danny Radulowski, the Vega Wagon, 630 on the dial-in board, flying solo, had the best reaction time in time trials.
You know what my grip is?
Radulowski, 28 up front, dead on goose egg, 630 with a 0. Moves on into next round. We're going to do just a little bit of track prep. We're going to do our pre-race, and then we will go into round number 1. The Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions here for race number 2, brought to you by Fab Machining. We'll go into round number 1 of our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters here momentarily. Hey, once again, while it's quiet, don't forget Drag Race Solutions has an exclusive discount code for this weekend only. Whether you need Zeus fasteners, Zeus tools, buttons, charging lugs, lug nuts, socket extensions, those trinkets you need to put on your race car, be sure and check out Drag Race Solutions. And a promo code for this week only. It will expire on Tuesday. Save 20% with code VERGE25. It's on DragRaceSolutions.com. If you're looking for any new Zeus fasteners, lug nuts, socket extensions, they've got it all on there. Scott Lemon and the group over at Drag Race Solutions. Be sure and use promo code VERGE25 to save 20%, and that code will expire on Tuesday. So once again, we're doing just a little bit of track prep before we get into our pre-race ceremonies, as we will kick off round number 1 for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series here at race number 2, brought to you by Fab Machining at the beautiful World Wide Technology Raceway. Qualifying has been exciting. The ladders are set, and we will get into round 1 here soon. Of course, while it's quiet, we'd like to thank all of our great sponsors who help make the Verge Quick Outlaw Series possible. Indy Cylinder Heads, Barnscape Builders, The Hub Saver, S&W Power Sports, Outlaw Trailers, Rick's Powder Coating, Two Girls Garage Auto Parts, Fuel Factory, the official fuel of TB Promotions and the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, Jegs High Performance, Mickey Thompson Tires, Hoosier Racing Tires. Of course, we want to thank Bruce Browning from Hoosier for coming on out this weekend. I'm not sure if he's still here or not. I can't see him behind the bleachers there, but we appreciate Bruce for coming out. If he's still there, be sure and stop by and thank him for being a part of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Of course, the fine folks at Featherlight Batteries. So we get into eliminations here for the 450 and 470 index here today. The ultimate performer, whoever has the best overall package or lays down a perfect run, will take home a Featherlight lithium-ion battery and charger, courtesy of the fine folks at Featherlight Batteries. Of course, we can't forget Alky Digger, PBM Performance Products, Lincoln Electric, Drag Race Solutions, Locar, Griswold Racing Engines, Maxima Racing Oils, ProCharger Superchargers, Accelerator Graphics and Signs, Get Performance, and Honey Creek Collision for help making the Verge Quick Outlaw Series possible, as well as Star Machine and Mitchell Transmissions for all their support of the series. And of course, Fab Machining, the presenting sponsor of this weekend's event. Traction compound going down on the racetrack, final rotations being made here on this beautiful racetrack, beautiful facility here in Madison, Illinois. It's always a great view when you can see the arch from the racetrack. So our final preparations on the racetrack being made. We're going to do our pre-race ceremonies and roll into round number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to ask that you please stand. And gentlemen, remove your caps for invocation, followed by our national anthem. Father in heaven, thank you for this glorious day. Father, we ask to keep all racers, crews, and track officials safe today. Thank you for everyone in uniform that keeps us safe and keeps us free. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. And please remain standing for the playing of that greatest song we have on the earth, the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for round number 1 for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's time. Points implications in place right here. It's round number 1 of race 2, brought to you by Fam Machining of our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Bring up Miss Shannon Micheletto as she will look over at Larry Kahn. Shannon took home the win last night in our Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. She came into today at the number 30 qualifying position. She can never go over 450. She always went under. In 3 attempts, went 449.5. In her first 3 tries, she will be ready to go here in round number 1. And Larry Kahn, your number 3 qualifier, was 1 thou over the mark, and will look to drop it on close here in round number 1. Not sure what happened right there for Shannon. Larry Kahn, 11 up front, dead 5, lays down 16 total here in round number 1. Shannon missed the tree right there and just laid off the gas. Not sure what happened there for her. Larry Kahn will move on into round number 2. It's Karsten Bloom and Jeremiah Hall make their way to the starting line. Mitchell Transmissions and Jeremiah Hall come up on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Your number 23 qualifier. We'll look over at the number 10 qualifier. The reigning and defending Verge Quick Outlaw Series 450 Dragster World Champ Karsten Bloom. 4,000 separated as they go by. Your winner will be Karsten Bloom. 22 dead 0, lays down 22 total. Jeremiah Hall let go of the button and had no shot. He was 26 up front, takes 14. And breaks out. Karsten Bloom had him locked out at the get-go. Is Jonathan Wagner and Josh Cunningham make their way to the starting line. Jonathan Wagner rolls up on the left side. Came in to today in the number 24 qualifying position. And Josh Cunningham, your number 9 qualifier, on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He went 452 in his qualifying attempts. We'll be looking to drop it closer here in round number 1. lights a pair, a little bit of tire shift. Jonathan Wagner, Josh Cunningham, 27, take 006. To be 3 thou above, lays down 30 total. Jonathan Wagner, 22 up front, 1 over 4, and no good. Cunningham moves on as Jeremy York and Frank Douglas make their way to the starting line now. Frank Douglas, right side, your number 25 qualifier. Went 4:58.2 in qualifying, his best attempt. And Jeremy York, your number 8 qualifier, went 4:51.8 to his best attempt here. Win light turns on for Jeremy York, 14 dead 6, lays down 20 total. Frank Douglas, 17 up front, 1 over 6, no good. Jeremy York lays down a flat, nasty lap here in round number 1. As Terry Kamler and Caden Jamison make their way to the starting line. Caden Jamison's been fighting this thing all weekend long. Been struggling with issues with the fuel line. Throttle on the last pass. We'll see if he can get it lined out here in round number 1. And Terry Kamler, your number 5 qualifier, left side, went 4:50 with a 6 in qualifying. And is looking to make his way out of Alky Digger round number 1. Caden Jamison moving on. Goes 4:40 with a 9 at 1:56. Terry Kamler, 12 red, goes 4:50 with the 1, 4:51.6, 1:52. Caden Jamison finally catches a break there, gets to see what his car is going to go, and will come back in round number 2. It's Richard Taylor and Morgan Napier make their way to the starting line. Morgan, right side. The number 19 qualifier today went 4:53 with a 9 to their best attempt. Richard Taylor, current points leader. The Verge Quick Outlaw Series, took home the win just 1 month ago down at South Georgia Motorsports Park, looking to go back-to-back. And he will not do it today. Dead 2, Napier, 17 to go 4:46.9. Puts it under, doesn't matter. Was red first and moving on. Is Tyler Sizemore and Jessica Bogacki. Back up from their burnouts, Jessica showed up today. Goes to the number 4 qualifying position. Goes 4:50 with the 1. Jessica, as opposed to everybody that's been here, made 1 lap on the racetrack, put it closer to the dial-in than 3 other people. Gets herself in the number 4 position to take on number 29, Tyler Sizemore. Went 4:49.5 and is 006 red. Jessica Bogacki is 20 dead 2. Jessica's got that thing lined out for her and Luke, and this is Bracket Racing Elite. She's 12 up front, lays down 14 total. As Darren Douglas and Logan Jamison make their way to the starting line. Logan Jamison, your number 21 qualifier. Went 4:54.8 to his best attempt. Darren Douglas, left side, number 12 qualifier. 4:52.6 to his best attempt. Green lights a pair, 12 to a 24. Tap into the race. Turns on for Darren Douglas. 12 and a 1 over 5. Logan Jamison's 24. Take 4. Had to take 3 or less. Logan Jamison breaks out by 1 thou. Darren Douglas will move on. Is Tony Atchison and Connor Glasser make their way to the starting line. Glasser right side. Your number 6 qualifier. Went 450 with a 7 in qualifying. And Tony Atchison, your number 27 qualifier, went 5:23.6 to his best attempt. I know he put it under there. So he'll have this thing lined out, raring to go 450. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take Junior Dragster Street, brought to you by Marine Coin Company, Lanes. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. High school. We will take you in lanes 7 and 8. High school, lanes 7 and 8. Atchison, 21 dead, 4 lays down, 25 total. Connor Glasser was reared up and ready to go and let go 8 thou too quick. Connor Glasser, 008 red and 3 thou under. Is Marla Hunter and Jim Thurston Jr. As BW said earlier, JTJ are rolling up right side. Number 16 qualifier here. And Outlaw Trailers, 450 Index Dragsters, went 4:53.6 to his best attempt. Marla Hunter rolls up the left side. The number 17 qualifier went 4:53.6 to her best attempt. Green lights a pair. 11,000 industry and 6 down at the finish line. Marla Hunter, 24, takes 6 to go dead 2, lays down 26 total. Jim Thurston let go 35, was out trying to make a race and couldn't get it done. 4:49.7 on the 450. Good matchup right here. Gary Stinnett and Kenny Carson. Gary Stinnett, naturally aspirated entry for Foggett. Stinnett Racing Engines, Stinnett Carburetors. Your number 31 qualifier, he went 4:49.5 to his best attempt. And Kenny Carson, the supercharged entry for the Carson family. Ken out there watching on. He's your number 2 qualifier. Kenny laid it down this morning, first pair out in Q3, I'm sorry. 6,000 street. Kenny Carson, 20, take 28 to go 1/1. Gary Stinnett, 26, 3/3. And not going to be able to turn on the win light there. Kenny Carson will be moving on into round number 2. It's Cody Wiggins and Brandon Law make their way to the starting line now. Cody Wiggins left side to get a performance machine. Your number 15 qualifier went 4:53.4 in his attempt. And Brandon Law, your number 18 qualifier, went 4:53.9. Now Cody Wiggins went for a ride last night. He was running Super Pro in the El Camino and just about flipped that thing over. I know he's rearing up. Hopefully he doesn't do that in the dragster. It'd be fun to watch, but not fun to see the aftermath. Good race on our hands right here. 14,000. Wiggins, 001, take 58 to go 8/4. They both go down there and stop. Wiggins, 4:58.4 on the 450 index. Brandon Long was 15 up front. He was 4:62.8 on the 450. It's Sydney Wiggins and Tyler Smith back up from their burnouts. Sydney, another one of the clan from Getting Performance, left side, the number 11 qualifier. She went 4:52.3 to her best attempt. And Tyler Smith out there on behalf of S&W Power Sports. Came into the day, the number 22 qualifier. 4:54.9. Once again at this time, we need Marine Coin Company, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. High school, we need you in lanes 7 and 8. High school, lanes 7 and 8. Tyler Smith is 001 red. 1/4. Sydney Wiggins, 008 green, and a couple under to go. 4:48.8 on the 450. Sydney Wiggins comes back for round number 2. Is Brian Cook and Mike Eggleston make their way to the starting line. Eggleston right side, your number 13 qualifier. Brian Cook, your number 20 qualifier. Brian Cook, 17, 1/6. Is Eggleston was 003 and just couldn't get the job done. George Atchison rolls up on the right side. Mark Buttram unfortunately couldn't make the call here in round number 1. Atchison lets go to the button to be 20 up front. And dead forward, 24 total. Not a bad lap there for George. As Mark Horton gets the true bye here in round number 1. Dropped it absolutely perfect in his third qualifying attempt, 450 with a 0. Took him to the number 1 qualifying position and took him on in to round number 2. Horton, 23 red, 2 over 1. To round out our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters, they will come back up a little bit later on, is a Super Pro bike is coming out, brought to you by Commercial Safe and Lock. Once again, we do need our Junior Street competitors in lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street will take you in lanes 5 and 6. In high school, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. High school, lanes 7 and 8. Jenny Palm picks up the win light there. 14, dead 9 lays down. 23 total. Jason Miller way red right there. And no good. DK Moore left side takes on Dale Stewart. Dale Stewart dialed 822. DK Moore dialed 921. Sixth out, separated as they go by the Christmas tree. Clutch win light turns on the floor. Dale Stewart, 46, take 92 to go 8:36.7 at 1:47 on the 8:22 dial-in. DK Moore was 52 right alongside, drove just a little bit left when he went through about 150 foot, hugged up against the wall, slowed on down to a 9:44.3 on the 9:21, couldn't get there. Dale Stewart will move on. Is Ace Wiley and Jamie Miller ease their bikes into the beams. Jamie Miller, the Macomb, Illinois-based 2008 Hayabusa, dialed 990, leaves the starting line way too soon. Ace Wiley is green and moving on. Ace stops the quarter-mile clocks at 11:73 on the 12:50. Jamie Miller slows on down, goes 10:86.9 on the 990. As we have Nicholas Stewart and Jalen Burris on the starting line now. Jalen to right side. The St. Anne, Missouri-based Hayabusa. And Nick Stewart left side, Troy, Illinois-based 2010 ZX14. Green lights a pair, 52,000 separated as they go by the Christmas tree. They're at the 1,000-foot neck and neck. Top end, your winner will be Nick Stewart. 83 take a 10th. They go 837-1 on the 828. Jalen Burris is 31 up front, just couldn't cover the number. 952.7 on that 925 dial. Is DeAndre Lewis and Dennis Abrams make their way to the starting line. Dennis, the Cottage Hills, Illinois base, 2082. That hadn't happened yet. 1982 Suzuki. 902 the dial end for Dennis. And DeAndre Lewis. Glen Carbon, Illinois is the home.
And we got DeAndre in the left lane there. Dennis Abrams in the right. Dennis trying to chase him down. Looks like he might already be around him down there. Win light. Dennis Abrams, 906 on a 902. DeAndre off the pace there a little bit. 920 on a 913 dial-in. Next pair, commercial safe and lock Super Pro motorcycle. Phil Humphrey in the left lane, Collinsville, Illinois. Got Eric Lewis Sr. in the right out of Florissant, dialed 895. Phil's dialed 9 flat. Going to be virtually no difference here in the reaction time as they leave the line. Well, green lights a pair as they go there. The right lane is chased by 500s, chasing by a lot more. Reaction time, Phil, 007, 9075 on this 9 flat dial and take the win. Eric Lewis had to break out to get there. Bad reaction time, broke out by 2. Next pair, left lane, Monster side, got Scott Leonard, Glen Carbon, Illinois, dialed 916. Right lane, Edward Jones lane, Skip Moore out of Blackjack, Missouri, dialed 950. Head start here going to Skip. Scotty's going to try and chase him down. Let's see what happens. Reaction times a pair, both starting with the 1, but they're pretty even on down there. Getting on down there, Scotty takes the win. Taking 930 on his 916. Looks like Skip had some problems, not quite running up to his 950 dial-in. Scott Leonard moving on to the next round. Skip Moore moving on to the buyback booth at the front of the stage lane to come back for round number 2. Brandon Childress, left lane, Altamont, Illinois. Evil Knievel Leathers. Right lane, Stephen Davis out of Wentzville, dialed 1056. About a second and a half head start here. Stevens away, and now Bean is away. Little bit of a reaction time advantage here. Getting on down there. Brandon Childress takes the win. 902 on an 899. Stephen Davis, 1062 on his 1056 dial-in. Not quite enough in reaction time, not quite enough in performance. Brandon Childress moving on, round number 2. Next pair, Darnell Dickerson on the left lane out of St. Louis, dialed 931. Right lane, Charles Willis Sr., Bunker Hill, Illinois, dialed 949. Down there, reaction time advantage with the Charles Willis Sr. Win light though, double breaker goes to Darnell Dickerson. Dickerson 29 on a 31. Charles Willis breaks out by a little bit more. And now the buy run coming up. Mark Abrams with Alto, Illinois. 920 dial-in on his 83 Suzuki here. We need Verge Jr Dragsters round number 1 to the lanes, please. Two Girls Garage 790 lanes 1 and 2. S&W Power Sports 890 Juniors lanes 3 and 4. The Hub Saver 1190 Juniors lanes 5 and 6. TV Promotions 1390 Junior Dragster lanes 7 and 8. Once again, need round number 1. Verge Junior Dragsters in the stage lanes. Two Girls Garage 790 index lanes 1 and 2. S&W Performance 890 index lanes 3 and 4. The Hub Saver 1190 index lanes 5 and 6. TB Promotions 1390 index lanes 7 and 8. Abrams 20 on the tree, 24 with the 5 on his 20 dial-in. Moving on, round number 2. And now, moving on into round number 1, Rick's powder coating. 4
of the index to make sure he didn't break out, and Josh Dunn rewarded him with a breakout in the right lane. Jeremy York moving on to round number 2. That'll bring up my favorite car in the class, Logan Jameson, 1953 Studebaker with a great big old huffer on that one. Looking over, taking on Outlaw Trailers himself, Dustin Martin. Martin, beautiful 57 Chevy. About to go toe-to-toe, 57 Chevy versus 53 Studebaker. Nitrous versus supercharged. You can't ask for a better pair. Indiana versus Tennessee. Who's going to turn on the win light here in round number 1 of Rick's Powder Coating 470 door car? .008 to a 10. At the doors, what a drag race. Give the win to Jameson. 10 up front, 1 above 5. Gets the job done for 25 total. Dustin Martin, I believe, gets behind down there, trying to close up the stripe. That will end the day for the 57 Chevy in the right lane, and the Studebaker moves on. That'll bring up Mr. John Cornwell in the red Grand Am in the left lane. Supposed to be taking on Aaron Glasser, our number 3 qualifier. Unfortunately, the Glasser race team had some troubles with their 470 car. A broke transmission ended their weekend and is unable to make the call. John Cornwell will take the competition single and move on to round number 2, looking to put the Grand Am dead on the 470 index. 17 up front, makes a little move to the left. 461 with a 9. Cornwell cannot woe that baby up, but he's moving on. That'll bring up Mr. Jim Huggett. Jim, a local to the St. Louis area. World Wide Technology Raceway, he calls home. Good looking hot rod, backing up at a quick pace. Love to see it. Door hanging open, getting the smoke out. The crew checks the wheelie bars, making final adjustments. Jim looking for the 470 target, as he was supposed to be against DJ Matica out of Wisconsin. Unfortunately, DJ had some trouble with his hot rod and is not able to make the call. So Jim Huggett will take the competition solo here in the left lane to move on to round number 2. Oh, a little aggressive down low. Jim will wisely shut it down, not on down the racetrack. But it's good enough to turn on the win light. We will see Jim back in round number 2. And that'll bring up Rick Taylor. That's right, Rick's Powder Coating 470 door car. Beautiful little Cobalt. And if you haven't seen his Chevy 2 wagon, you gotta go look at it. Unfortunately, he hurt the engine in it this week testing. Was unable to compete in it here at World Wide Technology Raceway, but it's sitting over in his pit, and it is a looker, let me tell you. But we're going to pull in the Cobalt. He was supposed to be against Chris Calkins. Calkins was a no-show this morning. Rick was your number 7 qualifier at a 471 with a 4, and he will try to do that better by 14 thousandths of a second and see if he can land right on the 470 index. 17 up front, moves a little to the left, stays with 69 with a 1. Missed the index by 9 measly thousandths of a second. But that will put Rick Taylor into round number 2 of our 470 door car. And that will end round number 1. We will be down to 10 in 470 door car. And I believe 16 in 450 dragster. I'm going to turn it over to Leroy, and he's going to call some, looks like, going to call some junior street for you. So here you go, Leroy.
Jacob Phillips doing the run here. Jay Offerman left lane from Highland, Illinois, taking on Savannah Lane in our right lane from Columbia, Illinois. The F-150 taking on the Charger. Our Rankin Technical College High School matchups here. Savannah Lane picking up the win in the right lane, 13:37 and 9. 409 off the line. Jaden Offerman, 008, green light, 15:45 and 8. Next up, left lane, Bobby Myers from Warrenton, Missouri in the S10, taking on Gavin Myers in our right lane. .001 red light for Bobby Myers in the left lane, 12:09 and 0. Gavin Myers putting in a 16:97 and a 3, 176 off the line in that run right there. Next up, Carson Elkins left lane, Luke Beach in the right. Luke Beach, 11:69 and a 6, 5,700 off the line. Our Carson Elkins nearly a 10th early, 15:48 and a 1. Next up in our high school matchups, Ryan Stevens right lane, Connor Awalt left lane in the Mustang.
Ryan Stevens, 1165 and 0, 488 off the line. Connor Awalt, 5600, green light, 1539 and 0. Up next, Connor Hanlon, right lane, St. Louis, Missouri. Timothy Hearn, left lane from Litchfield, Illinois. Connor Hanlon, the 1174 to 3, 5400 green light. Timothy Hearn, 29 in the green, 1441 and a 1 on that run right there in our high school matchups.
Well, it's as simple as this. As we roll into our TB Promotions 1390 Junior Dragster Index, Jack Bogacki just has to stage his car, and he will be crowned the winner here today in the 1390 Index category. So Jack Bogacki, first final of the day. Simple as it is. Makes the time run, grows up for round one, and he will be parking in the winner's circle here in just a few minutes. Rolls in deep. Jack misses the tree right there, but he'll make a run. Trying to drop her right on that 1390 number. Can he do it? 14:01.3 at 39 miles an hour. Jack Bogacki takes home the win here at TB Promotions 1390 Index. Here at race number 2 of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, brought to you by Fab Machining. Congrats, Jack and crew, on their win. Jack will take home $200 here today. We're waiting on our next class of juniors to roll up. As you're watching live on Motor Mania, thank you for tuning on in. Free to you, the viewer, this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we do need Super Pro. Super Pro, we will take you into lanes for round number 1. Super Pro, we will take you into the staging lanes for round number 1. Super Pro Eliminator, we need you in staging for round number 1, please. Super Pro, we will take you into the staging lanes for round number 1. Well, in 1190, it is as simple as it was in 1390. Fire the car, stage it under your own power, and take home a win. Chloe Martin sitting at the ready line. Chloe Martin rolling up now for our Hub Saver 1190 Index. Just like Jack, all she's got to do, stage the car under her own power, and she will be crowned the winner of the Hub Saver Junior 1190 class. Simple as that. Dad Dustin out there turning the screws. And the RPM set just right, temperature set just right. She gets prepared to fly solo. First round, final round. Second final of the day. Here for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, presented by TB Promotions, race number 2, brought to you by Fab Machining. Pre-stage ball lit for Chloe. Rolls in stage, rolls in deep. Tree falls down, and she is now locked in to being your winner here. 99 up front. At the 8th mile, she'll stop the clocks 1180 with a 0 on the 1190 index. Congratulations to Chloe Martin and crew on their win. And the Hub Saver 1190 index here, TB Promotions. As we now roll into our 890 class. Bring up Kellen Reed and Kaysen Martin. Kaysen Martin on the right-hand side of the racetrack. 890 the index for Kaysen. Kellen Reed, 890 left side, the drag coverage machine. Kaysen won a lot of rounds yesterday in the Junior 330 class. $3,000 separate them as they go by the Christmas tree at the top end. Kellen Reed, he's 40 up front, had $3,000 in his pocket going by the Christmas tree. Broke out by $1,000 less. 886.1 on the 890. Kaysen Martin, 886.0 on the 890. Comes back for the next round. Don't forget, Junior Index competitors, we do have buybacks. The Junior Index categories, if you have the misfortune of losing in round number 1 of the Junior Index categories, be sure and stop down in registration and get bought back into those. As Luca Markham and Gary Bogacki make their way to the starting line. Luca, left side. Gary, right side. Watched his brother Jack take the win in 1390. Gary and Jack battled it out in round number 1 earlier today for the World Wide Technology Raceway junior class. Jack took the win there. Gary looking for redemption here in the 890 index category. Gary Bogacki just gave Luca Markham a great present. Luca Markham, 007, breaks at the 60-foot cone. Gary Bogacki missed the tree, goes down and breaks out. Ooh. Brady Glasser rolls up on the bye run. 890 the index, last one for the class. Before we roll into our 790 index, Glasser misses the tree right there. Doesn't matter. He has got the bye. Going for performance, 890.26 at 73 miles an hour. He'll come back in round number 2. Once again, junior index competitors, do not forget we do have buybacks here today. So if you have the misfortune of losing in round number 1, be sure and stop down at registration and see Shauna, and she will get you taken care of for a buyback. $20 buybacks for each of our junior index categories. Two Girls Garage 790, S&W Power Sports 890. You lost in round number 1, want to give it another go? You can go down to registration and buy back for $20 here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. It's Michael Mudrow and Lance Canaria. Lance right side. Mike Boscar. Michael Mudrow. Looks like an RPC left side. 790 the index now. Left lane rolls in deep, right lane stays shallow. Advantage Canaria. Win light, oh wow. Canaria, 17 out there, ripping the throttle at 400 feet to go 796.5 on the 790. Mudrow 75, 3 over 9, no good. Lance Canaria. Moving on into round number 2 is Kaylee Painter and Colton Reed. Make their way back to the starting line. Colton Reed, right side, and with the drag coverage cars. And Kaylee Painter, left side. Once again, we do need Super Pro. Once again, we do need Super Pro. Super Pro, you should be in staging. Super Pro, you should be in the staging lanes. Kaylee Painter, 12th thou red. Colton Reed is 16. And moving on, 786.5 on the 790. Kaylee Painter, 12th thou red, 791.7 on that 790 index. She will have to visit the buyback window downstairs at registration. Be sure and see Ms. Shauna for our junior dragster competitors who lost in round number 1 for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. $20 buybacks here on Sunday afternoon. It's Caleb Hall and Andrew Pinsky make their way to the starting line. Pinsky, your right side. Hall on the left side. Lone car remaining from the Hall stable. Dad Jeremiah out there watching on. Lost in a tough race in round 1. Green lighted pair. Advantage. Hall, Hall, 57, take 45 to be 17th thou under. Andrew Pinsky missed the tree by a bunch right there to go 786.0 on the 790. Lane Fisher and Sarah Stewart make their way to the starting line now. Sarah Stewart, right side. Lane Fisher, left side. Once again, Super Pro, you should be in staging. Super Pro, you should be in the staging lane. Super Pro, we need you in staging. positive at 11 to a negative 11. Win light, Sarah Stewart. She's 11 green. Start clock 788.5 on that 790 index. Lane Fisher is 11 red and breaks out. Double loss when you can. Come back at the buybacks and give her another go. There's Mia Rabarski. Miss Mia rolls up on the left side, taking on Eli Wiggins. Eli, one of the Get It Performance clan. A whole bunch of those guys out here. Went down to the semifinals last night in the Hub Saver Junior Dragster Pro category. We'll look and try and take the win here today in the Two Girls Garage 790 index category as we are making our way through Alki Digger round at number 1. Nearing the completion of Alki Digger round number 1. Eli tickles the stage beam. Mia takes her time. Oh, we got a good race here. 13th thou separating as they go by the Christmas tree. Top and long win light. Eli Wiggins. Mia Rabarski took absolutely nothing right there. 25 take 0002 to go 787.4 on the 790. Eli Wiggins is 12 up front, goes 788.7 on the 790. It wasn't a matter of who was going to break out. It's going to be a matter of who's going to break out less. And right there, Eli Wiggins broke out by less. Eli Wiggins will come back in round number 2. Miss Mia to visit the buyback window. As Callie Fisher and Aaron Martin make their way to the starting line. Aaron Martin right side. We'll look over and see Callie Fisher on his left. Callie Fisher laid together a great string of runs last night. 00, 00, 00, dead on, dead on, dead on. Callie Fisher was doing it all night long to her runner-up finish in the Junior 330 category. Callie Fisher. Callie Fisher with the win. 26 take 22 to go 6 over 2. Aaron Martin closer to the index. Via the reaction time, Callie Fisher got to the finish line first and picks up your win line. The last pair of Two Girls Garage 790 index to round out the round number 1 portion for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Round 1 brought to you here by Alki Digger, Isabella Hammock left side, Luca Markham right side. Luca got away with one at 890. We'll look to seek on that success up here in 790. Green lights a pair. Reaction time advantage. Markham. Markham. 49, take 44 to go dead 3. Isabella Hammock missed the tree there. Broke out trying to stay alongside and couldn't do it. Luca Markham takes 2 and a round number 2. Once again, Verge Quick Outlaw Series Junior Dragster Index competitors, don't forget, you have the ultimate misfortune of losing it here in round number 1. We do have buybacks here today. Buybacks, $20 at registration. Be sure to stop down and see Shauna, as she will get you taken care of. As we have Super Pro rolling around, and I have the pleasure of throwing the mic back to Leroy as he will take you through round number 1 of Super Pro Eliminator.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, we need Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. At this time, we need Sportsman to report to lanes 5 and 6. Thank you. All right, leading things off here for our Super Pro matchups. Leanne Morgan, who had a great day yesterday, taking on Trent Horton from Callahan, Florida, 494 on the dial. Morgan's looking for a 589. And Morgan picks up the win with a perfect reaction time of a 000, 589 and a 5. Trent Horton, 494 and a 6, 3300s in the green, and Leanne Morgan's locked in. It's bad news for Super Pro class. Better be ready for that. Perfect 000 for Morgan in that left lane. Next up, Brian Spillers, 470 on the dial from Mexico, Missouri, taking on Kenny Carson from Bristol, Indiana with a 4.5. Squarely off the jump, but Brian Spiller settles it down and takes it home. 005 on the green light, 473 and a 1. Kenny Carson breaking out the 448.6, 5200s in the green, but it's going to be Brian Spillers with the win moving on in that left lane. 29-10,000, that's the difference in that one. Next up, Kevin Corzine, Florissant, Missouri, in the Camaro 581 on the dial, taking on Max Barthel from Columbia, Illinois in our right lane in the Mustang with a 596. Corzine picks up the win in the left lane, 008 green light, 585 and a 6. 4700 is for Max Barthel, 6003 on the time, but it's going to be Kevin Corzine moving on in that left lane. Again, Sportsman needs you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman report to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, you're up. Your time to shine, and you can do so in lanes 5 and 6. Up next in our Super Pro matchups, Amanda Miller, left lane, O'Fallon, Illinois, for the 493 dial, taking on John Tigner in our right lane from Hillsborough, Missouri, the 616. All right, so as we said, Amanda Miller, left lane, 493 on the dial. John Tigner, right lane from Hillsborough, Missouri with the 616. Pre-stage, here we go. Tree falls, every green lights all the way around. Drag race to the finish. It's going to be Amanda Miller with the win, 494 and an 8. 2100s in that green. Just 5,000 difference on the green lights. 619 and a 7 for John Tigner, but Amanda Miller picking up the win in that left lane. Shannon Micheletto, left lane, Warden, Illinois, 448. locked in, and Marcel Hules in the Firebird in the right lane from Dittmer, Missouri in that beautiful red Firebird, 557. And Shannon McLeod with the win, 460 and a 7, 1800s in that green light. Marcel Hules, 7600s reaction time, 608 and a 3. McLeod winning in that left lane. Up next, Danny Radulowski, left lane, Troy, Illinois with a 6-3 on the dial. Brian Cook just north of 4.5, 451 from Arnold, Missouri. The red light for Danny Radulowski. Brian Cook breaks out, but the red light will do Radulowski's ride. 6,300, 004 in the red. Brian Cook, 450 and a 4, 6 thou, too quick, 1800s in the green. And Brian Cook moving on in that right lane. Up next, Angelo Belosi, 610 on the dial. Scott Offerman in our left lane from Highland, Illinois with a 501. Don't forget buybacks you can get for our WWT crew. Buybacks you can get over at the booth in the staging lane. That's where you can go to get that taken care of. Again, Sportsman, if you're not there, we need you there. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. A 001 green light's not going to be enough to get the job done for Scott Offerman. 635 and a 5. Not sure what happened there, but Angelo Belosi with a win in the right lane. 613 and an 8. And the 1200's green light for Belosi picks up the win in that right lane. Up next, Kennedy Hale in our right lane from Peebly, Missouri with a 605 taking on Jason Graham's 581. Jason Grahams breaks out, 579 and a 7, 254 off the line. Kennedy Hale, 617 7, 4700s in the green for Hale. Moving on in that right lane. Gary Stinnett, right lane from Emporia, Kansas, 564. Taking on Bradley White in our left lane from Cedar Hill, Missouri with a 624. That deep blue Malibu over in that left lane. Bradley White uses a 1300th green light to pick up the win. 624 and a 7, 7th thou off the mark. 564 and a 1, 3700ths in the green for Gary Stinnett. Bradley White with the win in the left lane in our Super Pro matchups. Next up, Dennis Pearson, left lane, 638 from House Springs, Missouri on the dial, taking on Nancy Kahn in the Camaro, who's looking, well, they're both in Camaros, but Nancy Kahn looking for the 616. Nancy Kahn uses the 007 to get the win, 6:19 and 9. 6:37 and 3 for Dennis Pearson, who breaks out by 7th thou, 4900ths in the green for Pearson, but it's going to be Nancy Kahn with the win in that right lane, courtesy of that 007 green light. Up next, Jeff Connolly, right lane from Mesa, Arizona. 4-6 on the dial, taking on Rick Bomarito from St. Louis with the 581. A 100th green light for Rick Bomarito is enough to pick up the win, 582 in the 2, 100th off the mark. Jeff Connolly, 463 and a 7, 6300ths in the green. It's going to be Rick Bomarito moving on that left lane. Up next, Steve Pearson, our left lane from St. Charles, Missouri. 646 on the dial, taking on Randy Crowley, Jr. from Columbia with a 4-8. Woo! 002 green light for Steve Pearson, 648 and a 0. 200s off that mark, 478 and a 9 for Randy Crowley, who also misses it by just breaking out just barely, 4300s in the green. But Steve Pearson picks up the win and moves on with that 648-0 002 green. Ron Beach the third, left lane, Troy, Illinois, 693 on the dial. Mike Eggleston in our right lane from Highland, Illinois at the 454. Ron Beach and Troy in that GTO. Keep things going here this afternoon. Looked like Ron Beach came off the gas a little bit right there. Mike Eggleston picking up the win, 100th in the green, 501 and 8. Off that one mark, 3500s for Ron Beach, the third, but the 835.7 will give Mike Eggleston the win. Next up, Terry Lacey, right lane from Edwardsville in the Malibu wagon, 639 on the dial, taking on Tommy Barbero in the Malibu, the 78 Malibu, 629. Be a close one, at least by the eye test. Barbero with the green 009, and that's what counts. He does break out with the 627-2, 200s too quick, but the green light will give Tommy Barbero the win. 640 and a 6 for Terry Lacey, 009 in the red, and Tommy Barbero drives on. Bernie Geis Jr. right lane, Roxana, Illinois, 588, taking on Terry Kamler in the left with a 452 from Freeburg, Illinois. Another red light for our right lane. Bernie Geist Jr. 100th too quick, 586 and a 6. And Terry Kamler with the win, 1200ths in the green, 457 and a 0. And Terry Kamler picking up the win there in that left lane as the breakout happens. Sean Miller, 465 from O'Fallon in our right lane. Mark Horton from Callahan, Florida, left lane, 450. Just a 4th thou difference on the green lights, but that's going to be enough to give Mark Horton the win. 006 for Mark in that left lane, 450 and the 4/4 thou off the mark. 61,000 difference on the run. Sean Miller 465 and a 6. 100th in the green for Sean Miller off the jump, but Mark Horton with the win in that left lane. Guy Quisenberry 513 right or left lane. Chesterfield, Missouri taking on Brent Wagner in the right lane from Imperial. 484 on the dial for Brent Wagner. Final call for Sportsman. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Final call, Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Sportsman lanes 5 or 6. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Final calculations made, all staged up. Brent Wagner, 539.9. All right, as we wait for the car to get off the road, Joe Davis, right lane, Murfreesboro, Illinois, with an even 6, taking on Mark Cather in the left lane with a 509 from St. Charles, Missouri. Davis leaving the water box right now. Cather finishing up his burnout, coming back to stage up the Super Pro matchup here. A 6th thou difference on the jump, but a breakout for both drivers, and Joe Davis picks up the win.
Just 7th out off the mark, 599 and a 3. Mark Cather was 506 and an 8 off that 509. The 5.993 for Joe Davis with the win in the right lane. Up next, Eli Wiggins, right lane from Alvaton, Kentucky in the El Camino, which of course is Spanish for the Camino. 661. Ryan Lauterbach, left lane, 656. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, you're up. Your time to shine. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8. Again, Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8 for your round 2. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning round 8, or lane 8 for round 2. Eli Wiggins, perfect reaction time, 000, 662 and a 9. Ryan Lauterbach jumps the gun a little bit too quick, 73 hundredths in the red, 658 and a 0 for Ryan in that left lane. Eli Wiggins, that perfect reaction time will send Eli to the next round. Up next, Jessica Bogacki, right lane, 451. Our driver in the left also with a 451. Attention everyone, if you want something to eat or drink, I would suggest now is the time to do it, as it will be closing at 3 o'clock. Get over there and get yourself a nice cold Pepsi, official sponsor. 003 green light, just 2,000 difference between the reaction times from both drivers. Left lane 452 and a 7. Now for the win in that left lane. Lane, AJ Kelly with the win on a quarter-second reaction time, 496 and a 4. And Richard Taylor on singles run here in the left lane. Again, Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8 for round 2. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8, round 2. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning to lane 8. Head on over there now if you're not there already. .001 green light for Richard Taylor, 450 and the 6, 6th out off the mark on that one. Richard Taylor with a good buy run right there.
Time now for our sportsman matchups. And again, we need Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning to lane 8. If you're not there, we need you there. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8. Need you guys over there. Again, buybacks, you can head over to the staging lane, pick those up there. Buybacks over at the staging lanes if you need one. Get that taken care of. Pick up the win in the right lane. 003 in the red, 1203 in the 6 on that run for Leah in the right lane. Next to Doug Alberts, Luke Alberts now, 1167. In that left lane from St. Charles, Missouri, taking on Neil going to the right from Wentzville. Just a 100th difference on the dial times. Who's going to get it in the sportsman matchup? And it's going to be Luke Alberts, 1170 in the 4, 5300s in the green. Neil Going, 1172 in the 7, 7800s. Green light on the reaction time. Luke Alberts with the win in the left lane. Up next, Mike Davis, right lane, 13 and a half. Driving the left, 1222. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Class, need you guys to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Class, to lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Class, you're up. Lanes 3 and 4. And if you're not there, we need you there. Junior Thunder, lane 7. Junior Lightning, lane 8. Mike Davis picking up the win, courtesy of a 003 green. Does break out with a 1329 and a 1. Craig Powell, right lane, St. Louis, Missouri, 1282 on the dial. Jim Pearson, left lane in the Mustang, 1191. Tires squealing all the way down the stretch. It's going to be Jim Pearson as Craig Powell breaks out. 2200s in the green for Jim. 1192 in the 2. Craig Powell missing it by about 3 thou. 1279.9. 4800s off the line. Driver on the left picking up the win, 1222 in an 8, 6200s in the green, 131 off the line in the right, 1444.1. 9 thou difference on that. Next up, Luke Beach, left lane 11.7 from Troy. Driver in the right looking for a 1220. Again, Pro Class needs you to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Class, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Class needs you to report to lanes 3 and 4. Get ready for your next run. Round 2. Brad Kemmerer, right lane, Swansea, Illinois, 12:17 on the dial. Steve Zuner, left lane. From Imperial in Dakota, looking for 12:32. Pretty close on the jump. 1200s on the difference, but Steve Zuner picks up the win, 12:32 and an 8. 48300s in the green off that run. Steve Zuner moves on that left lane. Brad Kemmer, 5500s off the line, 12:18 and a 1. Breakouts all the way, but our driver in the right picks up the win, 8,300ths in the green, 15:33 in the 3, 5,000 difference on that run. Wrapping up our sportsman class here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw trailers 450 dragsters to the back of the station lanes for pairing. Again, Outlaw trailers 450 dragsters to the back of the staging lanes so that you guys can get paired up. Again, one more time, Outlaw trailers 450 needs you guys to head to the back of the staging lanes so you guys can get paired up. Thank you. Again, pro class, if you're not there, we need you there. Lanes 3 and 4. Also, Outlaw trailers 450. Dragsters need you to the back of the staging lanes so you guys can get paired up. Still got a little bit of time left if you want to head over and get something to eat or something to drink. Concessions stand open for a little while longer. You'll be able to go over there and quench that thirst or get some food. Yeah. Some great matchups here coming up here as we continue with round 2. The Verge Quick Outlaw Series along with our bracket weekend. All right, getting ready for round 2 here this afternoon. Round 2 on this Sunday afternoon. Glad that you chose to spend it with us here at World Wide Technology Raceway as we get ready to go here with juniors. Junior Thunder matchup between Jack Bogacki, left lane from Carterville, Illinois, in the water box. Looking for a 13.97. Damon Haberberger already up on the line with a 9.08 on the dial from Beaufort, Missouri. The team stage for Jack Bogacki, and also the 008 green light gives Jack the win. 14.04 and a 2 in the left lane. Damien Haberberger breaks out with a 9.04 and a 2. 4800s off the line. Jack Bogacki with the win in the left lane. Up next, our matchup, Cohen Reed, right lane, 890. Driver in the right, 9.25. Red light for Cohen Reed, our driver in the left lane, picking up the win, 10.52 and a 6, 2:06 off the line. Up next, Junior Thunder matchups. Gary Bogacki, left lane, 890 on the dial from Carterville, Illinois, in the water box, leaving that right now. Brayton Hearn, right lane from Litchfield with a 12.68. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Absolute final call for Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. Absolute final call for 450 Dragsters. We're missing 3 of you. Absolute final last call for Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. Need you to head over to the staging lanes for your pairing. Absolute final last call for Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. So you guys can go get paired up for your both drivers break out. Gary Bogacki picking up the win, 888 and a 7, 800s in the green for Gary. Brayton Hearn putting in a 1256.9, 2600s off the line. Next up in our junior matchups, Stetson Taylor, Junior Lightning matchup, 790 from Dittmer, Missouri, taking on Tori Nolan in the right lane. Also looking for that elusive 790. Green light for Stetson Taylor is going to get the job done. Both drivers putting in a 793.5, but the 006 is going to be enough for Stetson to pick up the win. Tori Nolan 2600s off the line. Stetson Taylor moving on to the left lane. Up next, right lane, Isabella Hammock from Wentzville, Missouri, taking on Colton Reed in the left lane. Colton's got 793. Isabella Hammock looking for that 79. Isabella Hammock breaks out with a 786.7. Colton Reed with the win, 795 and the 5. 3700's green light. With 2,000 shy, Colton Reed picks up the win in the left lane. Up next, Michael Murdo, left lane, 791 from St. Louis, taking on Maya Haberberger in the right lane with a 794. Double 0-2 too quick for Maya Haberberger. Michael Murdo with the win. 007 green light, 791 and a 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike, lanes 5, 6, and 7. We need buybacks to the front, winners to the middle. Again, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. Need you guys to lanes 5, 6, and 7. Buybacks to the front, winners to the middle. We also need Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars to the rear of staging so you guys can get paired up. So again, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike, lanes 5, 6, and 7. Buybacks to the front, winners to the middle. And Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars needs you guys to the rear of the staging lanes. That way you guys can get paired up. Meanwhile, on the track, Carson Elkins taking on Sarah Stewart. 100th difference on the green lights. And Carson Elkins with the win, 790 and the 6. 5100ths in the green for that one. Stewart putting in a 600th mark, 791 and a 6, and the 6 thou difference for Carson Elkins will get the job done in that right lane. Luca Markham, right lane. Andrew Pinsky, left lane. Here we go. Finishing up our Junior Lightning matchups here. Luca Markham breaks out. Andrew Pinsky with the win, 794 and a 0, 6300ths in the green. Andrew Pinsky with the win in the left lane. Kaylee Painter, singles run here, 803 on the dial. Again, commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike, lanes 5, 6, and 7. Buybacks to the front, winners to the middle, and Rick's powder coating 470 Doorcars. Needs you guys to head on back to the back of the staging lanes. That way you guys can get paired up. Hundredths in the green for Painter, 798 and a 1 off the 803 mark that Kaylee was looking for. Next up, Pro Class. Leading things off for our Pro Class matchups in the left lane, leaving the wire box right now is Janie Palm from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Dialed in at 581. James Miller in our right lane in the Chevy truck, 681 on the dial. Again, you guys should be there, but I'm telling you again, commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike, lanes 5, 6, and 7. Winners in the middle, buybacks up front. Rick's powder coating 470 Doorcars to the rear of the staging lanes. That way you guys can get paired up. So we start our Pro Class matchups for round 2. Palm versus Miller. Here we go. Red lights for James Miller, and Janie Palm picks up the win, 582 and a 7, 2600ths in the green. Miller was 8700ths too quick off the line, 689 and a 0. Next up, Mike Radulowski, 624 in the left lane, taking on Eric Bolin in the right lane with the 594. A 000 reaction time for Eric Bolin is not going to be enough to get the job done. Mike Radulowski, 2600ths off the line, 627 and a 5, but the 603.4 for Eric Bolin will not pick up the win. Mike Radulowski picks up the win in the left lane. Oh, that hurts. Danny Radulowski, left lane, 6'3". Linus Repaired in the right lane, 685 in the Camaro. Danny Radulowski, 007, just 3 thou difference on the green lights. But Danny Radulowski with the win, 631 and a 6, 007 green for Danny. Moving on in that left lane, 84 thou difference on that run. Jason Graham's 580 left lane, St. Peter's, Missouri. David Shear in the right from Granite City with a 702. Jason Grams breaks out with the 579.8, 2,000 quick. 6,700s in the green, the 007 for David Shear, and a 706.4 will give David Shear the win in the right lane. Right lane, Matt Lewis, 707, Brighton, Illinois. Ryder on the left with a 6. Matt Lewis breaks out. Our rider in the left lane picking up the win, 802 and a 1, 7,700s in the green. 30,000 quick on that run for Matt Lewis. Next up in our pro class, Mike Davis, right lane, 852. O'Fallon taking on Kevin Corzine on the left with a 5.8. Corzine with the red light, 1,800s too quick. Mike Davis with the win, 859 and a 4, 7,000 in the good. And Mike Davis with the win in the right lane. Up next, Jeff Kuhn, 647. John Tigner in the right lane with a 616. For John Tigner in the green, 625 and a 7. Jeff Kuhn putting in a 792.6. 149 off the line for that one. John Tigner with the win in the right lane. Up next, right lane, Mike Eggleston from Highland, Illinois with a 597. Taking on Tommy Barbero in the left lane with a 629. Red lights for Tommy Barbero in both the start and the finish. 4,100s in the green for Eggleston. 6,006 off the 597 mark. 3,000 difference on that one. Tommy Barbero, 7,000 too quick off that 2,400s red light. And Mike Eggleston wins in the right lane. Up next, Dennis Pearson, left lane, 636. In the Camaro taking on Brad Kemmerer in the right lane with the 774. Kemmerer breaks out with a 772.2 and 4,800th green light. Dennis Pearson 638.8. 20,000 in the good. 900s in the green on Dennis Pearson's run in that left lane. Sam Stewart left lane, 726, taking on Jim Buchert in the right with a 769 on the dial in that red Dodge. Sam Stewart believes he can fly, and he does all the way to the finish line. 7:34 in the 4, 7/900ths in the green. Jim Booker at 7:78.4. And Sam Stewart with the win in the left lane. Up next, right lane, Brad Booker, 7:86. Charles Willis Sr. in the left lane with a 6:03. Willis Sr. from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Booker from Barnhart, Missouri. In that Challenger right there, in that orangish Challenger. Willis Sr. breaks out with a 6:02. 10th out too quick. Brad Booker at 7:88.9, 4,800ths in the green. Picking up the win in that right lane. Pro class matchup next is Steve Zuner, left lane, 7:82. Jesse Garcia in the right lane. Just 60th difference on that run. Collinsville, Illinois native looking for a 7:88. .001 for Steve Zuner on the run. Jesse Garcia breaks out with a 7:82.6. Actually, only 1 thou difference on the runs from Zuner and Garcia, but the 5 thou for Steve will give the victory in our left lane. John Radlowski singles run here, 6:28 on the dial. To wrap things up for our pro class. .627.7 on the 008 green light for John Radlowski on that singles run right there, concluding our pro class for round 2.
Attention to pits, final call. Super Pro bike, final call. We need you to the lanes. Absolute last and final call for Super Pro bike. Should have all of our 450, and I believe we should have all of our 470 index door cars. You all should be there also. We know a couple of you guys got one in each. Touching up the track just a little bit right here in the heat of the day. And we will roll right into round number 2 of Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragster. 10,000 to win today in Dragster and Doorcar. This Verge Quick Outlaw Series event brought to you by Fab Machining, Antron Brown's Machine Shop. AB called us, said he wanted to do something this winter. Him and his son Anson are big supporters of TB Promotions and Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Anson himself had a perfect run last year at Beach Bend, Bowling Green, Kentucky event. Exciting new products coming out for the Sportsman Racer, Index Racer, Bracket Racer out of Fab Machining in the near future. Heard it here first. So all right, about ready to head into Pro Charger Round 2 on Championship Sunday. Point Sunday. Championship Point Sunday. How about that? Sponsored by Pro Charger. Coming at you, 450 index. And the first pair is a doozy. We got your number 3 qualifier in the right lane, Larry Kahn, taking on Morgan Napier, the Snap-on sponsored Undercover in the left lane. Dad Sean pulling him in the water box. Set of Hoosier tires on the back of that thing. Morgan, avid Verge racer, follows the series track to track, him and his dad. They got a fleet of hot rods over there. All of them got the Snap-on logo on the side of them. Sean is the Snap-on man. Taking on Larry Kahn. Larry, local, here to World Wide Technology Raceway. I believe that's a McIlvain hot rod in the right side. Carbon car. Both looking for 450. Closest one to 450 without breaking out and getting there first. He'll turn on the win light here in Pro Charger round number 2. Larry Kahn turns it red. Morgan, 34, 2 over 5, gets away with one. But it's good enough to move on. Morgan Napier on to round number 3. That'll bring up Darren Douglas, your number 12 qualifier. Darren qualified with a 4:52 with a 6, taking on Caden Jamison. Jamison never made a to B lap in qualifying. Had 3 attempts, never could make a respectable run. Comes out first round, turns on a win light. Today might be Caden's day. He's got to get through Darren first. Caden, younger brother to Logan. Logan's still in on the 470 side. Caden trying to set the tone for the family. Both looking for 450 here in round number 2. Caden turns it 451 with a 6, handing the win to Darren Douglas. Darren 10, 3 above, gets the job done. Darren Douglas moving on. Attention to pits, high school and junior street, we need you to the lanes. High school, junior street, we need you to the lanes. Attention to pits, high school, junior street will take you now. That'll bring up Jeremy York in the left in the pink taco and Josh Cunningham in the right. 27 to give the win to York. 27, take 9 to be 1 above 8. Gets around Josh Cunningham. Jeremy York is 200ths faster to the 330, but down 5 mile an hour in the mile an hour cone. Jeremy York down there playing the throttle, does a good job taking the stripe on Cunningham and advances into round number 3. That'll bring up Karsten Bloom, car number 1V for a reason, 2024 450 world champion, KB Carbs in the left, taking on George Atchison. Big George, out of the Atchison family racing stable. I'm sure son George Jr. looking on. Shout out. Going bracket racing. KB 009. Give the win to Karsten Bloom. How about 9 take 13 down a good 6 or 7 mile an hour. Karsten Bloom. Moving on. George Atchison 35 1 over 7. No match for the 00 light in the left lane of Karsten. Up next, we got the Cookie Monster. They call him Brian Cook. Local to World Wide Technology Raceway, taking on Jessica Bogacki. Mrs. TIBR. Advantage is going to Cook. Cook. How about 6 take 3 thou? Brian Cook to be 29 total. Jessica Bogacki is 21. 3 thou behind, 1 over 1. Has to go dead 8 to get the win. Doesn't get it done. Brian Cook moving on to round number 3. That brings up Kenny Carson. Kenny, your number 2 qualifier, 450 with a 1, taking on Cody Wiggins, our South Georgia Motorsports Park Indy Combo winner. 003 to a 13. Give the win light to Carson. Cody Wiggins crosses the stripe first, takes 16 thou, to break it out 12th thou. Had to take 4 or less, does not get it done. Kenny Carson, 003, 1 above 4, 17 total. Will move on, the runner out of Ohio. As the next pair, beautiful hot rods. A pair of maroon candy wine brandy, long cars. Pulling up to pre-stage, you got Mark Horton out of Florida taking on Marla Hunter out of Indiana. Florida versus Indiana here in round number 2. One is 006, one is not. Horton, 006, 1 above 2 on the whole shot win. Marla Hunter, 39, dead 2. Great lap out there, missed it a touch on the tree. Mark Horton makes her pay for it. 006, 1 above 2 will turn on the win light for Mr. Horton. Final pair of 450 dragster, Miss Sydney Wiggins. That's right, sister of Cody Wiggins. Just watched Cody go down the racetrack. Up against Tony Atchison. Tony also had a brother running, George Atchison. Wiggins versus Atchison here in round number 2. Win light going to Sydney via the red light. Sydney, 28, 1 above 3 will turn on the win light. Tony Atchison, 450 with a 4, but turns it 006 red at the hit. And that will end Tony Atchison's day. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Leroy as we bring out some Super Pro motorcycle, and we'll be back for Rick's Powder Coating 470 Doorcars shortly.
A little bit of commercial Save and Lock Super Pro bike matchups here in this round 2. Round 2, fight. Leaving the water box right now, Jason Miller, Macomb, Illinois, 9:45 on the dial, taking on Stephen Davis, who's already getting staged up there from Wentzville, 10:59. Stephen Davis showing how it's done, at least on the jump. Triple zero, perfect reaction time, but does break out. 10:51 and a 7. Jason Miller jumps 5,800 too quick. 9:55 and a 2. And Davis picking up the win in that right lane. J.B. Miller, right lane, 990. Also from Macomb, taking on DK Moore in the left lane from Blackjack, Missouri with 921. .941 and a 7 for DK Moore in that left lane, picking up the win. 177 off the line. Jamie is actually quicker off the line, but 10:15.7 is not going to get the job done in that right lane. Next up, Jalen Burris, St. Anne, Missouri, 931, taking on Charles Willis Sr. from Bunker Hill in the right lane with 943. Another red light in that left lane. Charles Willis Sr. does break out, but picks up the win. 9:42 and a 6, 3,300 in the green. Picks up that win in that right lane. DeAndre Lewis, left lane from Glen Carbon, 918. Eric Lewis Sr., right lane from Florissant, Missouri with 893. Both riders break out, but Eric Lewis Sr. picks up the win, 8,900 off the at the line. 3,000 too quick, 4,600 in the green. 913 and a 0, 50,000 for DeAndre Lewis, and Eric Lewis Sr. with the win in the right lane. Nicholas Stewart, 8-3. Jeannie Palm left lane with 904. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Rankin Technical College High School. We're missing one. Final call for Rankin Technical College High School. If you're not in the station lanes, we need you over there. Also, first call for S&W Power Sports 890 to lanes 3 and 4. Two Girls Garage 790 to lanes 1 and 2. So 890 to lanes 3 and 4, 790 to lanes 1 and 2. And high school, did you guys need the driver lanes 3 and 4 over there as well? Or I need you over to the stage lanes, excuse me. So last call for high school. First call for 890 Junior Dragster lanes 3 and 4. Two Girls Garage 790 Junior Dragster lanes 1 and 2. Darnell Dickerson picking up the win over Skip Moore. Dickerson with a 931-0, 100th in the green. Mark Abrams, left lane, Bethalto, 922 on the dial. Ace Willie, right lane, with an 11.5. Second green line for Mark Abrams, 935 and a 7 off the 922 mark that Mark was looking for. Ace Willie with an 1158-0, 220 off the line. Mark Abrams with the win in the left lane. Scott Leonard from Glen Carbon, left lane, 918. Dale Stewart in the right lane from Brighton, Illinois, needing an 823. Scott Leonard, 918 and a 6, 8,500 in the green for Scott. Dale Stewart, 69 in the green, 827 and a 3. Scott Leonard moving on. Brandon Childress, left lane, 894 from Altamont. Taking on Dennis Abrams in the right lane from Cottage Hills, Illinois. Dialed in at 902. $30,000 for Brandon Childress in the good, 895 and a 9. 19,000 difference on that one, 902 for Dennis Abrams and 903-1. So 11,000 on the difference for Abrams. Brandon Childress with the win in the left lane. Phil Humphrey singles run here for our commercial statement lock super pro bike. Again, S&W Power Sports 890 Junior Dragster lanes 3 and 4. Two Girls Garage 790 Junior Dragster lanes 1 and 2. Head on over there, please. Phil Humphrey, 000, green light, 902 and a 1. Woo, Phil Humphrey making it shine out there. Wraps up our commercial safe and lock super road bike. Time now for our 470 door cars, brought to you by Rick's Powder Coating.
All right, round number 2, Rick's Powder Coating 470 door car coming at you. Joe Ballard has yet to lose to a door car since he got on property here at World Wide Technology Raceway. He don't plan to do it now either. Joe, your number 6 qualifier looks over and finds Gerald Jones, your number 5 qualifier out of Michigan. Mississippi versus Michigan, North versus South, Pontiac versus Chevrolet. A pair of nitrous-fed hot rods, staging them up here in Pro Charger, round number 2, 470 door car. $10,000 to win. And both of these guys would love nothing more than to stand in that winner's circle at the end of the day. Ballard is in. Jones is in. Jones leaves before the tree activates, handed Joseph. Joseph. 472 with an 8. And that'll turn on the win light. All right, one pair down, next pair heads to the starting line. Burnouts are complete, and in the left-hand lane, we got Jim Huggett. Jim, beautiful little Cavalier, taking on Mark Bowman. Bowman, a Verge Quick Outlaw regular, coming off a fresh 470 win from London Dragway. Eric Ellsworth pulling him into the beams. The Mark Smith suspension-equipped hot rod, looking to turn on another win light here today. Ex-Pro Stock truck in the right. Very well could be an ex-Pro Stock car in the left. 470's the index. Advantage, fourth thou going to the left. They put out there, give the win to Huggett. 21, 1 above 3 gets the job done. Mark Bowman is 25, got a little bit of wheel speed early. Looks like it killed a couple numbers. All he could muster was 473 with a 7, and it left him 28 thou behind when they got to the finish line. Jim Huggett, the local, moving on to round number 3. Next up, 1953 Studebaker with a huffer. Logan Jameson in the left lane. Beautiful black door slammer, staging her up. Gonna take on Rick's powder coating own, Rick Taylor. Jim Henderson lining him up, Rachel looking on. The Cobalt. Ever so slightly pulling up to the pre-stage beam. Nitrous versus Supercharger. We're both clean and green. We've got a drag race. 5 win light going to Jameson. There was a haze behind Taylor's car starting about 200 foot all the way to the finish line. Not sure if something went awry. Win light going to Jameson, 32. Closes it up down there as Rick Taylor has issues. Logan Jameson and the Studebaker moving on to round number 3. We're going to take a look down track, make sure nothing's on the surface. So once again, it looked like Rick's Cobalt was hazing mist possibly behind it. Derek Beach on the quad, checking the racing surface in the right lane. Absolute last and final call for Verge Index Junior Dragster classes, 790, 890, 1190, and 1390. You should be there. Absolute last and final call for our junior dragster competitors. Word from the starter is we are dry, so we will get right back to it. As next up, we have our number 8 qualifier, Kenny Dowis, out of Patasko, Ohio. Father driving, son's crewing. They had to blow her off that thing a couple of times already this weekend. And they find themselves in round number 2, taking on John Cornwell. Cornwell, beautiful little hot rod, ex-pro stock car. Just got done talking to Mr. Cornwell. That's all motor in that machine. No power adder, no blower, no nitrous. Just straight horsepower. For Mr. Cornwell, the construction project manager and transmission builder on the side. Cornwell, your number 18 qualifier, has yet to post it above the 470 index since he got here. Having a little trouble slowing down the Grand Am in the right lane. He will do his best here to find the 470 index once he goes by the Christmas tree. Dowis, 471 with a 5, his best run to date since being here on property. They started out going 480, then they went 478, then they went 474. Last run, I believe they went 471 with a 2, and they're looking to go 470 with a 0 here in round number 2. Opted to not do another burnout, as the sun brings him in the pre-stage. Kenny Dowis doing everything he can to see over that great big injector to see the Christmas tree in the left-hand lane. John Cornwell on the right-hand side. Got a good look at it. Dowis is in. Cornwell in. There, Danny. Racetrack turns on a win light. 19.6 above, gets there 7th thou. John Cornwell pointed slightly to the left when he put it in the beams. The car left, dug hard, pulled left, got it back right. Did everything he can to get it down through there, and he turns on a win light. John Cornwell moving on. Dowis, 19.7 above the dial in, no good. And that'll end their weekend here at St. Louis. Final pair of the round, Mr. 470 himself, Jason Griswold. Gonna be taking on Jeremy York. That's a new combination in the right-hand lane. York family has campaigned that little red S10 for many years in big muck bracket racing all over the country. Vegas to Bristol to as far north as Michigan and as far south as Florida, I'm sure. Jeremy decided he wanted to go 470 racing with it, put a big block and a huffer on it. That'll do it. Nitrous fed Lumina in the left. Supercharged S10 in the right. Advantage going to the left. Give it to Griswold. 24, one above 4, turns on the win light. Jeremy York, 32, 2 above 6, no good. Jason Griswold, our number 1 qualifier, moving on to round number 3. That will conclude round number 2 for our Verge Quick Outlaw Series in 450 and 470. Our junior dragsters coming at you shortly.
Carson Elkins, left lane, 15:35, taking on Gavin Myers in the right lane with a 16:95. A 6 thou difference between Elkins and Myers on the red light, and that's going to be enough to give Carson Elkins the win, 15:48 and 5. 123 off the line. Gavin Myers was 129 off the line. That's the difference. Elkins with the win in the left lane. Next up in our high school matchup, Savannah Lane, left lane from Columbia, Illinois, with 13:29, taking on Connor Hanlon in the right, 11:61. Green lights for both. Connor Hanlon with the win, 11:65 and a 1, 8100ths in the green for Connor Hanlon. Savannah Lane, 371 off the line, 13:41.2 in that left lane. Connor Awalt now in the left lane, Granite City, Illinois, 15:36 in that Mustang, taking on Bobby Myers in the right lane in the S10 with the 12:17. And Connor Awalt breaks out with a 15:34 and a 1, 163. Green light for Connor. Bobby Myers, 12:17 and a 4, 4th out off the mark. 6400s in the green for Bobby Myers off the jump. Next up, Ryan Stevens, 11:66. Timothy Hearn, left lane, 14:39 in that Camaro. Nearly half second for Ryan Stevens. Timothy Hearn, 14:53 and a 2, 4700ths off the line. Stevens putting in an 11:66.9. Timothy Hearn with the win in the left lane. Luke Beach, right lane, 11:67. Jaden Offerman from Highland, Illinois with a 15.5 over in the left lane. $6,200 in the red for Jaden Offerman will give Luke Beach the win. 20,000 difference on the run. Luke Beach with the win in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention, attention, attention in the pits. Super Pro needs you guys to the staging lane. Super Pro, 2 lanes. Super Pro 1, 2. Super Pro head on over to the staging lanes.
Let me grab her, Leroy. All right, round number 2 of our Verge Quick Outlaw Junior Dragster Index classes coming at you. First up will be our S&W Power Sports 890 category. That's 890 index to the 8th mile here for the Junior Dragsters on a 5/10 Pro tree. Winner of 890, $400 to win. I believe we're down to our semifinal or quarterfinal, maybe quarterfinal. I stand corrected. in 890. First up, Cohen Reed out of Ohio, taking on Brady Glasser. Glasser out of Louisville, Kentucky. Shepherdsville area, actually. Member of the Glasser Collision Center's Twist and Shout racing team. Brother Connor, Dad Aaron, Grandpa Gene, Grandma Susan, Mom Heather at home watching on. See if Brady can turn on a win light here in round number 2. Cohen Reed with a slight advantage as they drive by the Christmas tree. Who can find the 890 index? Here's the win to Cohen Reed. 43 above the index, 897 for the win. Brady Glasser, respectable lap. 893 with a 6, but putting behind at the finish line. And Cohen Reed moving on. That'll bring up Outlaw Trailers sponsored hot rod in the left lane, Kaysen Martin. Kaysen looks over, finds Gary Bogacki. Brother Jack won our 1390 class. Gary trying to hold up his end of the deal in 890. Gary, resident of Southern Illinois, in the Roadrunner Jr., sponsored by TIBR Jr. This is Bracket Racing Jr. in the right-hand lane. Gary Bogacki's been to more racetracks than I have. This kid has seen the highest level of sportsman and big money bracket racing in person since the day he was born. Now it's his turn. We got a drag race. Advantage going to Kaysen Martin in the left lane. Win light. On the double breakout win, Kaysen Martin, 27 and 6 thou under the dial-in, beats Gary Bogacki's 34 thousandths under the dial-in, which will end Gary's day in index. Kaysen Martin moving on. And our final competitor in 890, Luca Markham. Luca, also running 790 index, got 2 cars, said let's put it in 890, Pops. And that's what they did. He's on the bye, so he'll take the tree and get the ever so important round points as Luca is chasing our Verge Quick Outlaw Championship in multiple classes here in 2025. We appreciate his support. Him and his family have been to about every Verge Quick Outlaw race in the last 2 or 3 years. And that'll run us right into 2 Girls Garage Auto Parts 790 Index, our largest class here for Junior Dragsters. If you're looking to buy any kind of parts for your hot rod, tires, oil, spark plugs, ignition system parts, give 2 Girls Garage an opportunity. You can't beat their service. Ron and the girls, based out of Cincinnati, Ohio area. Fast shipping, and they have what you need at very competitive, if not the best prices you can find. So once again, 2 Girl Garage 790 coming at you. First pair, Miss Mia Rabarski, our Junior Pro Champion from 2024. Out of the Chicagoland area. Looking to take on Andrew Pinsky. And shout out Rick Rabarski. My man is first pair in 790 in 2025, and I can't believe it. Andrew out of the St. Louis area. I believe he calls World Wide Technology Raceway home. Mia, not a local to Worldwide, but in the Illinois area. Also out of the Chicago area. Advantage goes to Mia Rabarski. Andrew. Missed the tree just a bit. Win light. Give it to Rabarski. 16 takes 32 thou down there. Matches the mile an hour. 76.66 mile an hour to Andrew 76.76. We call that pacing them through. Mia Rabarski moving on to round number 3. That'll bring up Mr. Caleb Hall. Mitchell Transmission sponsored hot rod in the left lane. Firecracker Performance back to Junior Dragster. Dad Jeremiah is a staple in the 450 Dragster community. Multi-time event winner on the NHRA scene, big buck money bracket racing, and looking for that Verge Quick Outlaw 450 championship this year in 2025 himself. Caleb going to be taking on Colton Reed, brother to Cohen. Colton Reed turns it 1 thou red. Pushed the tree just a little too hard. Shuts it down there in disappointment, I'm sure. But he can't hang his head at that. 001 red will end the day for Colton Reed. Caleb Hall, 10 up front, 1 above 6 for 26 total. It was going to be a drag race. Caleb Hall moving on. That'll bring up Michael Mudrow, taking on Lance Canarian. Mudrow, Illinois runner. Good looking hot rod in the left lane, staging her up on the 790 index. Lance Canarian. Got the parachute on the back, got the wing up top, the canopy on the cage. Canarian Racing Engine sponsored. Junior Dragster putting it in the beams. 9 thou separate them. 012 to 021. Win light goes to Mudrow. 12, take 3 to be 3 above the dial in. 793 with a 9. Beats 793 with a 3. Maybe the best race of the round. Given the win to Michael Mudrow. The little numbers fall his way and he moves on to round number 3. Lance Canarian, 21, 3 above. Very respectable lap there. 3 thou at the finish line. Just did not fall his way for the Louisville, Kentucky runner. Up next, Kaylee Painter and Aaron Martin. Aaron in the right lane. Both these junior dragsters are wing equipped. Both looking to hit the 790 target. First to the finish line without breaking out. We'll turn on the win light. And this one should be all Aaron Martin. 39 up front. Turns on the win light. Kaylee Painter issues on the starting line, but puts it 795. Unfortunately, leaves her 101 thou behind at the finish line. Aaron Martin to round number 3. Up next, Isabella Hammock. The pink hot rod in the left lane, taking on Callie Fisher. Pair of young ladies on the starting line, getting after it in Two Girls Garage Auto Parts 790 index here on Points Day Sunday at the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by Fab Machining. These girls can hit the Christmas tree. 005 to 018. Win light goes to Fisher. 005, 1 above 7 for 23 total. Isabella Hammock was 18, takes 33 at the stripe to break it out 29 thou. Unfortunately, that will end the day for Isabella. Callie Fisher moving on. That'll bring up Mr. Eli Wiggins. Shout out Grady if you're watching at home. Eli running out of the Get 'em Performance Camp. Taking on Sarah Stewart. Stewart, I believe a local here to World Wide Technology Raceway. Both of these young drivers went a lot of rounds between the two classes on Saturday night. They square off here in round number 2. Tension to bits, tension to bits. We need Sportsman. Ramada in Sportsman, we need you. To the lanes 5 and 6. 007 to an 18. Almost a carbon copy of the pair before the win light to Stewart. 007 take 19th thou to put it one above 8 to be 25 total. Eli Wiggins 18, couldn't decide if he wanted to take it or stop. He opted to stop, hoping Sarah Stewart would break out on the 790 index. She does not. I believe Sarah catches the drop. Eli slides her through at 77 mile an hour, and Sarah said, I got you, Eli. How about 80? I caught that. Sarah Stewart moving on. Final pair of the round in Junior Dragster is Luca Markham taking on Lane Fisher. Luca flickers it on. Lane flickers it on. Lane kicks it red, giving the win to Luca. Luca 004 lights up the scoreboard. 789 with a 7-3 thou, too fast. Luca Markham will move on to round number 3 as Lane Fisher will end his day here in round number 2 via the red light, even though he went 790 with a 2. He will go back, root on sister in the next round. And that'll conclude Verge Quick Outlaws Junior Dragsters, as I'm going to hand it back over to Leroy for the World Wide Technology Raceway Bracket Points Program.
All right, let's get ready for our Super Pro matchups here in this round 2. Left lane, Brian Spillers from Mexico, Missouri, getting things kicked off here. Taking on Max Barthel in the right lane with a 601. Out too quick for Max Barthel, and Brian Spillers picks up the win. 2100s to the green, 475 and a 4 against Max Barthel, 608 and a 5, and Brian Spillers will move on in that left lane. Next up, Leanne Morgan, 589 left lane, taking on John Tickner in the right from Hillsboro, Missouri. John's looking for a 616. A 004 red light for Leanne Morgan, and John Tickner will pick up the win, 619 and a 3 against Morgan's 591 and a 4. And John Tickner will use that 1300th green light to pick up the win. Next up, Bradley White, left lane, Cedar Hill, Missouri, 624. Angelo Belosi with a 613 on the dial in that Camaro. But Bradley White will use that 007 to propel them to the victory. 625 and a 0. 007 green, 12th out for Veloci, 616 and a 3. And Bradley White with the win. Next up, Amanda Miller, left lane from O'Fallon, 494. Kennedy Hale in the right lane looking for a 6:07. A 005 green light for Amanda Miller is going to be enough for the victory. 496.6 off the 494. 20,000 difference on that one. 609.4 for Kennedy Hale, but Amanda Miller drives on. Nancy Kahn, right lane, 617. Take on Jason Grams in the left lane with a 5.8. Difference on the green lights. Jason Grams, though, will pick up the win courtesy of the 13 thou, 580 and a 2 off the 580 mark. Just two thou difference on the jump. Man, what a great run for Jason Grams. Nancy Kahn, 617 and a 4. Really close one between the two competitors. It's going to be Jason Grams picking up the win in the left lane. Up next, Shannon Micheletto from Warden, Illinois, dialed in at 448. Brian Cook, right lane from Arnold with a 451. Again, the 7,000 lights, and again, Brian Cook with the win. And it all comes down to those reaction times, 453 and a 3 compared to Micheletto's 450 and a 4. Brian Cook with the win in the Edward Jones lane. Randy Crowley, Jr., 478, Columbia, Missouri, taking on Kevin Corzine from Florissant, Missouri with a 581. Randy Crowley, Jr., 007 green, 479 and a 6. 16,000 the difference. Kevin Corzine, 581 and a 2. Mike Eggleston, right lane here, Highland, Illinois, dialed in at 457. Trent Horton with a 494. Eggleston jumps, both drivers break out, but Trent Horton's green light, 39 thou, is going to do the difference, 490 and an 8. Eggleston with a 456.2, 009 red light. Terry Lacey, right lane, 6 and 4. Tommy Barbero, 629, left lane. Bit to get some grip, but once Terry Lacey did, shot off like a cannon, 8,800ths in the green with the win, 641 and a 0 off that 640 mark. Barbero 635 and 1. The 6th thou will not get the job done. Terry Lacey with the win in the right lane. Joe Davis, Murfreesboro, Illinois, 599 in that right lane, taking on Dennis Pearson in the Camaro with the 638 in our Super Pro matchups here. Joe Davis from the start. Dennis Pearson, 23 foul green, 6:38 in the 6. 6 thou difference for Dennis Pearson, picking up the win in that left lane. Bernie Geist, right lane, 586. Our driver in the left with a 656. And that's a win for Bernie Geist Jr. in the right lane, 589 and a 3, 8700s in the green, 001 in our left lane, but a breakout with a 655-0. Bernie Geist Jr. wins in that right lane. Rick Bomarito, right lane, 582, taking on Terry Kamler in our left lane. Looking for a 453 on the dial. Rick Bomarito missed times, and Terry Kamler with the win, 457 and a 3. 10th foul on the jump for Kamler. Terry with the win in the left lane. Steve Pearson taking on Sean Miller. Pearson in that Vega, Miller in the Dragster. 465 for Sean. Steve looking for a 647 in that left lane. All pre-staged, here we go. Just 5 foul difference on the green lights, but Sean Miller will pick up the win, 466 in the 7. Steve Pearson a little slow, 655 in the 6. Compared to what Steve wanted, Sean Miller with the win in the right lane. Up next, Richard Taylor, left lane, 451 from Baxley, Georgia, taking on Brent Wagner from Imperial, Missouri with a 484. Again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsman, if you're not there, we need you there. Should be there already, ready to go. Just 1 foul difference on the green light. And Richard Taylor picks up the win, 455 and a 9. Brent Wagner putting in a 491-3 compared to Taylor's 455-9. Richard Taylor on top. Tanner Radlowski left lane, 630 from Troy, Illinois. taking on Jessica Bogacki in the right lane. Just north of a 4.5, 451. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, we need Junior Thunder to lane 7 and Junior Lightning to lane 8. Junior Thunder to lane 7, Junior Lightning to lane 8. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8 for your round 3. Thank you. Jessica Bogacki breaks out with a 450 and a 7, 3 too quick. Danny Radulowski with the win on 631.9, 1800s in the green for Danny with the win in that left lane. Mark Horton left lane from Callahan, Florida with a 4.5. Guy Quisenberry in the right with a 513. For Mark Horton will get the job done. 451 and 8 off Quisenberry, breaking out with a 510 and a 2. 2600s for Guy, but Mark Horton with a 451.8 will get the victory. Next up, Mark Cather, St. Charles, Missouri, 506. Connor Glasser in our right lane, looking for a 452. Cather with the win, 506 and a 0 to Connor Glasser's 453.3. 003 on the jump for Mark in that left lane is going to be enough for the win. AJ Kelly from Jacksonville, Florida, in our left lane, 496 on the dial, taking on Eli Wiggins from Alvaton, Kentucky, with a 663. Eli Wiggins with the win, courtesy of the 15th thou green light, 663 and a 6. AJ Kelly with a 496.0. Eli Wiggins with the win in that right lane. Up next, Leanne Morgan singles run here, 590. .006 red light for Leanne Morgan, 589 and a 7, 3 thou too quick on that singles run. Again, Junior Thunder, we need you over there. If you're not there, Junior Lightning. If you're not there, we need you there. Lane 7, lane 8 for Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. All right, we're going to check the track here really quick, and then we'll get ready for our sportsman class, followed by Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, as we continue through on these final rounds here this afternoon. Lots of great matchups still ahead. All right, let's get ready for some sportsman matchups here. Sportsman class brought to you by VP Racing Lubricants. In our left lane from St. Louis, Missouri, in the Monte Carlo, Craig Powell, 1279. Doug Alberts in the Corvette, looking for a 1258. And despite the, whoa, what a close race. Despite the better jump from Craig Powell, Doug Alberts with the win, 1269 and a 2 off that 1258 mark. Craig Powell putting in a 1292, 3. 85, 10th out. That's the difference on that run. Doug Alberts with the win. Brad Booker at left lane, 1232. Taking on Leo Wheeler in the right in the Mustang with looking for a 1205. Red lights for Leo Wheeler on the jump and Brad Booker with the win, despite both drivers breaking out. 1229 and a 2, 9800s for Brad, and that left lane is going to be enough for the win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need pro class to the staging lanes, and high school to the staging lanes. Pro class to the staging lanes, and high school to the staging lanes. Thank you. Abby Burrow, left lane, 12:27. Luke Beach in the right lane, looking for an 11:69. Burrow's going to jump 17. And Luke Beach with the win. 9,300s in the good. 11:72 and a 9. Burrow breaking out as well. 12:17 and a 1. Would have been really good if she could have jumped on time, but it's going to be Luke Beach with the win there on that run. Up next in our sportsman matchups, Neil Goyne, right lane, 11.75, taking on Tim Hearn in the left lane for 14.45. Again, pro class and Rankin Technical College High School. Need you guys to the staging lanes, please. And Neil Goyne picks up the win in that right lane, 11.94 and a 5, gingerly applying the brakes before he crossed the finish line. 2,900s in the green. Tim Hearn, 14.59 and a 2 on the 1:54 mark. Next up, right lane, Mike Davis, O'Fallon, Missouri, 13 and a half, taking on Luke Albitz in the left in the Corvette, looking for an 11.68. Mike Davis breaks out with a 13.46.3. 40,000 too quick. Luke Albitz 11.71.8. 105 mark for Luke, but it's going to get the job done in that left lane. Up next, Jim Boogert, left lane, 12.01. Brad Kemmer from Swansea, Illinois, in the right lane, needing a 12.19. And Brad Kemmerer comes out on top, 12.21.2. The 6,400th green light for Brad compared to the 12.13.6 for Jim. Brad's going to pick up the win in that right lane. Steve Zuner, Imperial, Missouri native, 12.32 in that right lane in the Dakota. Bobby Myers in the left lane, 12.12. Bobby Myers with the win in that left lane in a neck-and-neck battle, 12.14 and a 9 compared to Steve's 12.32.9. And boy, absolute closeness at the end, 17-10 thou difference on that run. Bobby Myers with the win, though, in that left lane. Connor Awalt, left lane, 15.33, taking on Jim Pearson in the right with an 11.92. Again, attention to the pits in the pro class, lanes 3 and 4, high school, Rankin Technical College High School, need you guys as well. Pro class and high school, head on over to the staging lanes. If you're not there, we need you there. Pro class and high school need you to the staging lanes. If you're not there, we need you there. Pro class and high school. And Jim Pearson with the win, 11.98 and a 600s off the line. Connor Awalt, 15.41.3. And Jim Pearson picks up the win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters need you to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters need you to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. 450 Dragsters need you guys to the back of the staging lane for pairings. All right, let's get ready for this Junior Thunder matchup here. In our left lane from Carterville, Illinois, Gary Bogacki looking for an 8-9. Callie Sutton in our right lane from Alton, 9 1/4. Gary Bogacki, 13th out too quick on the red light. Callie Sutton picks up the win, 996 in the 5, 552 green light. Callie Sutton with the win in the right lane. Again, attention in the pits. 450 Dragsters need you to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. 450 Dragsters need you to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. Jack Bogacki, singles run. Just shy of 14 on the dial. Just for the numbers, Bogacki 12th out in the red, 14:08 and a 6 on that run, singles run right there. Wrapping things up for our Junior Thunder class. Now look for our Junior Lightning, Colton Reed, right lane, 793. Again, attention to the pits. If you're not there, we need you there. 450 Dragsters need you guys to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. If you're not there, we need you there. Outlaw Trailers, 450 Dragsters to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. Stetson Taylor taking on Colton Reed. Red lights for Colton Reed, 42 foul too quick. Stetson Taylor with the win, 793 and a 5. Kaylee Painter taking on Andrew Pinsky here in this matchup. 003 green light. Enough for Kaylee Painter to get the job done. 799 and a 3. Pinsky putting in a 791.3. The 3,000 difference for Painter is enough for the win. Again, 450 Dragsters need you to the back of the staging lanes. High school needs you as well to the staging lanes. If you're not there, we need you there. High school and 450 Dragsters. You guys must report to the staging lanes. Speak now, forever hold your peace. 450 Dragsters in high school need you to the staging lanes. Michael Bordeaux, 792 dial, taking on Carson Elkins in the right lane, 790. Identical reaction times from both drivers, but it's going to be Michael Bordeaux with the win, 22,000 to 23,000 for Elkins, 793 and a 3 compared to Carson 791.7. Michael Bordeaux with the win in the left lane. Again, 450 Dragsters and high school. Need you guys there. Super Pro Bike be on standby. Getting ready for our pro class matchups here in this round 3. David Shear, right lane, 702, leaving the wire box right now. Jamie Palm on the bike, 581, the Hayabusa. David Shear with the win in that right lane. 2,600 in the green, 705 in the 8. Jamie Palm, 586 in the 2. And David Shear with the win. Next up in our pro class, Mike Eggleston, right lane, 6 even. Taking on John Radlowski in the left lane from Highland. Both drivers from Highland, 628. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you guys to the lanes, as do 470 Doorcars preparing. 470 Doorcars needs you guys in there preparing. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you guys to the staging lanes as well. Super Pro Bike and 470 Doorcars to the back for pairing. The Super Pro Bike up front. Both drivers break out. John Radlowski with the win, 627 and 9. 1,000. Too quick, but does pick up the win. Mike Radlowski left lane, 624. John Tigner right, 619. John Tigner breaks out. Radlowski picks up the win, 629 and a 5. Both identical reaction times of 18. on that run. Next up, Sam Stewart, left lane, 727. Mike Davis, right lane, 846. That Falcon can fly. The deep stage for Mike Davis picks up the win, 66 hundredths in there, 851 and a 3 to the 846 marks. Sam Stewart, 734 and a 1 off the 727. Mike Davis taking that Mustang and moving on to the next round. DK Moore, right lane, 605, and Brad Buchert in the left lane with a 789. Again, Super Pro bike to the staging lanes along with 470 door cars. Super Pro bike to the staging lanes, 470 door cars to the back of the staging lanes for your pairings. Dennis Pearson, Danny Radlowski here. Pearson left lane, Radlowski in the right. Quarter thou too quick for Dennis Pearson. Danny Radlowski with the win, 631 and a 2. 2 thou in the good for Danny Radlowski. Steve Zuner, singles run here in our pro class, 779. All right, that wraps up our pro class. Next up will be the Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. You also need to make sure we have a Super Pro bike to the staging lanes and 470 door cars to the back of the staging lanes for your guys' pairing. Oh, got some high schoolers coming our way. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Bike needs you guys through the staging lanes. And our 470 door cars needs you to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. 470 door cars to the back of the staging lanes for pairing. Super Pro Bike needs you as well to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, taking a look at this high school matchup. Timothy Hearn, left lane, 14:57 on the dial, taking on Connor Hanlon in the right with an 11:64. The red light flashes for Timothy Hearn, and it's going to be the win in that right lane. 143 off the line. Both drivers breaking out. 11:57 and a 5. 14:46 and a 4 for Hearn. Connor Hanlon moving on in that right lane. Up next, Carson Elkins, right lane, 15:43. Taking on Bobby Myers in the left lane for 12:12. Carson Elkins breaks out with a 15:33 and a 1 off the 15:43 mark. Bobby Myers with a win in the left lane, 12:13 and a 5. A green light of 63. And it's going to be a win for Bobby Myers in that left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 790 and 890 Junior Dragsters need you guys to the staging lanes. 790 for Two Girls Garage and 890 for S&W Power Sports need you guys to the staging lanes. Again, 790, 890 Junior Dragsters need you all to the staging lanes. Thank you. For 790, need you guys to lanes 1 and 2, 890 to lanes 3 and 4. Again, Two Girls Garage, 790 to lanes 1 and 2, S&W Power Sports, 890 to lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. Final call for 470. Final call for 470 Doorcars. Final call for 470 Doorcars. Need you now over to the staging lanes. Final call for 470 Doorcars. Thank you. High school, need you to the staging lanes. High school, you're up. Need you guys to report to the staging lanes. High school, Rankin Technical College High School, need you to the staging lanes.
All right, here we go. Quarter final round. For the Rick's Powder Coating, 450 Dragsters. 8 cars left in competition. Kenny Carson rolls up left side. We'll be looking over at Karsten Bloom on the right side. Karsten Bloom has been laying down a lot of great laps here, but Kenny Carson has made equally as good a passes here as anyone. Karsten Bloom, your reigning and defending Verge Quick Outlaw Series 450 Dragster World Champion. Tree drops to Carson. The win light to Carson. 13, take 11 to go. 2 over 9. Karsten Bloom missed the tree right there. Went dead 3. But just couldn't get to the finish line first. Kenny Carson will move on to the round of 4. Is Mark Horton and Jeremy York take the starting line now. Jeremy York, right side. Came into the day at your number 8 qualifying position. Mark Horton, left side. Your number 1 qualifier. Looking to roll upon that success. Identical reaction times. Time winner will be Jeremy York. 12, take 3 to go dead on with a 6, lays down 18 total. Mark Horton, 12 dead, 9 lays down 21 total. 3 thou, margin of victory, win light will turn on for Jeremy York. Talk about a good drag race right there here in round number 3. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. We do need high school. High school. We will take you back in staging, please. High school, we will take you back in staging as we are making our way through Hoosier Racing Tire. Round number 3. Morgan Napier, 28, take 2 to go. Dead on 4, lays down 32 total. Sydney Wiggins, 37 up front, and mathematically ineligible. Your next pair and final pair. The 450 dragsters to take the racetrack will be Darren Douglas and Brian Cook. Brian Cook, the Cookie Monster, right side. Your number 20 qualifier. Taking on Darren Douglas, left side. See something on the racetrack that he does not like out there. Chief starter Derek Beach runs out, gets it taken care of. It will put both of these cars into the lights. Pre-stage ball lit for Cook. Douglas will find his way into the pre-stage B. Once again, we do need high school eliminator. High school. We will take you back in staging. High school, back to the lanes. Green lights a pair, 5 to a 13. Top of the racetrack. Your winner will be Darren Douglas. 005, take 008 to go 1 above 4 as he lays down 19 total. Brian Cook had enough room to get inside of it. Had to go dead on 1 or better. He matched Darren Douglas on the E-team. Couldn't get the job done. 451.4 on the 450. That'll round out the round of 8 quarterfinals for our Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters. And right behind them, we have our Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. That will bring up Jim Huggett and Joseph Ballard. Ballard went to the final round of the Indy Cylinder Heads 450-470 combo last night. Maintaining that momentum today here in round number 3. Jim Huggett, right side. Came into today at the number 5 qualifying position. Joseph Ballard, your number 6 qualifier. Green lights a pair, 18 to a green light. Will turn on for Jim Huggett, 18. 2 over 4. Joseph Ballard, 26, take 22 to be 6 thou under. Had to take 16 or less, couldn't do it. Jim Huggett moving on. Logan Jamison rolls up now left side. Looks over to see John Cornwell. On the right side, Cornwell, the Pontiac. Jamison, the Studebaker. The right lane must be perceiving over there. The last 2 cars lined up just a skosh to the left. We'll see if they got something figured out here. Here we go. 9 to a 21.
Jamison, 21, breaks out the least on a dual breakout situation, 468.2 on the 470 index. Cornwell, 466.2, and no good. On the bye run, your number 1 qualifier, Mr. 470, Jason Griswold for Griswold Racing Engines. Backs up right here, left side, the Oldsmobile. Purging the bottom. Get the pressure set just right. Let's see if he'll leg it out or shut it off early. Time will only tell. Mr. Griswold coming back to the semifinals. Green light, 28.04. Ball goes 468.9 at 146. He'll have that thing lined out when he comes back for round number 4. That'll do it for this portion of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. We'll have our juniors coming up soon. As of right now, we've got commercials safe and lock. Super Pro Motorcycle heading down the racetrack. And here to tell you all about him is Mr. Leroy.
Commercial Saving Lock, Super Pro Bike. We're coming to you live here on round number 3. Shane Palm, left lane, dialed in, 904. Stephen Davis, right lane, 10.5. Red light for Janie Palm, jumps early, and Stephen Davis picks up the win. 10:58 and a 1, 3600s in the green, and Stephen Davis moves on in that right lane. Up next, Mark Abrams, 9:22, taking on Scott Leonard in the right with a 9:18. A 005 green light for Mark Abrams will not get the job done, and Scott Leonard picks up the win, 9:21 and a 4. 16 on the green light for Scott Leonard, and that's enough for the victory. Next up, Eric Lewis Sr., right lane, 890 from Florissant, Missouri, taking on Phil Humphrey in the left, the even 9. Neck down the stretch. A 002 green light for Phil Humphrey will be enough. 9:12 and an 8. 28-10 thou. That's the difference on that one. Eric Lewis Sr., 893 and a 2. 1/10 on the green light. Phil Humphrey moves on in the left lane. Brandon Childress, Altamont, Illinois native, 894 on the dial. Darnell Dickerson, right lane, 931. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. Brandon Childress, 896 and an 8 on that run, gives enough for the victory. Off the 894 mark that was needed, 28 thou difference. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, we need Super Pro back to the station lanes for your next round of eliminations. Sportsman. Super Pro, I'm sorry, Super Pro, my goodness. I'm all over the place. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro, need you to the staging lanes. Super Pro, need you to the staging lanes. Thank you. Super Pro, need you to the staging lanes. Charles Will Sr., right lane, 942. Taking on DK Moore in the left lane from Blackjack, Missouri, with a 930. Just like saying the word Blackjack. Charles Willis Sr. with the win in the right lane, 984 and a 1 off that 942 mark. DK Moore putting in 1195.8, 194 off the green light for DK Moore. Charles Willis Sr. with the win in the right lane. That wraps up our commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro bike.
All right, here we go with the semifinal round for the S&W Power Sports 890 Index Junior Dragsters. Coming at you right now, we've got 3 cars left on the left-hand side of the racetrack. It'll be Luca Markham. Be taking on Casey Martin. Once again, we do need Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, we will take you in lanes number 1 and 2. Here we go. Pre-stage bulbs lit. The 5/10 Pro tree will come down here right now. Green lights a pair. Luca Markham. Wheel racing out there. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. 71 and 3/4. Case and Martin, 45. Takes 62.
to be 2 thou under. Had to take 60 or less and couldn't do it. And on the bye run, we'll come back and face Luca Markham in the final round of S&W Power Sports 890 Index Junior Dragsters. Will be Cohen Reed, Cohen Reed on the solo. 5/10 Pro Tree drops 54 up front. Will run on out the back door. Top end of the racetrack, stops the clock. 8:97. It's 68 miles an hour. He will come back to face Luca Markham in the final round. So attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please, at this time. We do need Racing Lubricant Sportsman, Racing Lubricant Sportsman.
Close the gates, but stay there.
Racing Lubricant Sportsman. We will take you in the lanes, please. Racing Lubricant Sportsman. We will take you in the lanes, please.
Luke Beach taking on Bobby Myers here in this matchup, high school matchup. Connor Hanlon singles run, 1160 on the dial. On the red light on the singles run, 1195 and a 1 for Connor Hanlon there in that right lane singles run.
Mia Rabarski rolls up left side, taking on Sarah Stewart here. And two girls garage auto parts, 790 index. Mia Rabarski left side, Sarah Stewart right side. Sarah Stewart is 008 red. Mia Rabarski is 001. And 1 above 3 lays down 14 total. Sarah Stewart 008 red, 2 over 7. And no good. Mia Rabarski makes a great lap right there. Here and round number 3, brought to you by Hoosier Racing Tire, is Michael Mudrow and Callie Fisher. Make their way to the starting line. Miss Callie right side. Did a lot of winning yesterday. Multiple rounds, 2 different races. Made a lot of laps last night. Looking to continue and capitalize upon her success here today. But Michael Mudrow would like nothing other than to put a halt in that and make it happen. Michael Mudrow is 15, Callie Fisher is 12. Now Mudrow 15, 798.9 at 82 miles an hour. Moving on is Luca Markham and Aaron Martin. Make their way to the starting line. Luca Markham already has himself locked into 1 final round. Aaron Martin looking to try and do the same thing. 7 cars here in this round of 2 girls garage auto parts, 790 junior dragsters. 4 cars to come back next round, and we'll be in the final. 2 more win lights. Find your way in the winner's circle. Reaction time advantage to Martin. To Martin. Aaron Martin just laid down 9 total. That ain't bad there for Aaron. Luca Markham 32 up front and was mathematically ineligible when he left the starting line. Still has his way locked into a final round. Caleb Hall left side on the bye run. Caleb Hall misses the tree right there. Doesn't matter. Has the bye run. Looking to get performance. 788.3 at 82 miles an hour. And will come on back in the round of 4. Once again, what do you need? Super Pro. We are rolling you around the corner right now. Super Pro. We're rolling you around the corner. And we do need Sportsman, Sportsman, Sportsman Eliminator. We do need you in the lanes, please. Sportsman, we will take you in the lanes. And attention to the pits. Attention in the pit area, please. At this time, I do need Junior Dragster Thunder. To lane number 7, Junior Dragster Thunder, lane number 7. High school, or Junior Dragster Lightning, we will take you in lane number 8. And we will also take high school. High school, we will take you back in the lanes as well. So we do need Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and high school. We will take you back into the staging lanes at this time. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and high school. We will take you in the lanes now.
All right, let's get to our Super Pro matchups here. Leading things off in our left lane, Brian Spillers, 4 3/4, Mexico, Missouri, taking on John Tickner in the right lane, dialed in at 617. Pre-stage all ready to go. We'll get our first round of Super Pro underway here. Our first matchup of this round underway. And Brian Spillers breaks out with a 474.3, 7th thou 2 quick. John Tigner with the win, 4th thou 2 good, 617 and a 4. 1600s in the green. John Tigner moves on. Next up, Randy Crowley Jr., right lane 479 from Columbia, Missouri, taking on Mark Horton in the left lane, needing a 4.5 from Callahan, Florida. Just 2 thou separate the reaction times, but it's going to be Mark Horton with the win, 008 in the 451 and a 2. The 12th thou in the green, 480 and a 7 on that run. For Randy Crowley, Mark Horton moves on in the left lane. Up next, Bradley White, 6 1/4 from Cedar Hill, Missouri in the left lane. Bernie Geist in the right lane from Roxana, Illinois, needing a 588 on the dial. Jr., that's all Bernie needs to pick up the win as Bradley White breaks out and the red's out, 624 and a 9, just 1 thou shy, but the red light on the start will doom Bradley White's ride. Bernie Geist Jr. moves on in the right lane. Next up, right lane, Terry Lacey from Edwardsville, Illinois, dialed in at 640, taking on Richard Taylor in the left lane, just north of a 450. Half a tenth for Terry Lacey on the green light, but Richard Taylor's going to pick up the win, 452 and a 2, 3,300s off the line. And 11th thou difference for Richard Taylor with enough to pick up the victory. Left lane, Jason Grahams from St. Piers, Missouri with a 580, taking on Eli Wiggins in the right lane from Alberton, Kentucky with a 662. 7th thou on the difference on the reaction times, but it's enough for Jason Graham's 582 in the 2. 22 thou on the win. Jason Graham's picking up the victory. Quarter 10,000. 25 10 thou. My goodness, Jason Graham's moves on. Dennis Pearson left lane, House Springs, Missouri native, dialed in at 639. Sean Miller right lane from O'Fallon, needing a 466. A 009 for Sean Miller, and that's going to be enough to pick up the win. 466.6 on the 466 mark. 6 thou in the good for Sean Miller, picking up the win in that right lane over Dennis Pearson. 639.6. But the 2600s jump for Dennis Pearson is going to be enough to give Sean Miller the win in the right lane. Brian Cook right lane, Arnold, Missouri native, 451. Trent Horton left lane from Callahan, Florida, dialed in at 494. Trent Horton breaks out, reds out. Brian Cook with the win. Right lane, 458 and 0, 178 off the line. Up next, Amanda Miller, left lane, 496 from O'Fallon, taking on Terry Kamler, right lane, 456 on the dial. Triple zero for Amanda Miller, but that's going to cause a breakout. 494 and an 8, 007 for Terry Kamler, 456 and a 4 on the win for Terry in that right lane. Leanne Morgan, right lane, 590, taking on Danny Ralowski in the left from Troy, Illinois with a 633. Nearly identical reaction times, but Leanne Morgan picks up the victory and breaks the streak of jumps that she's had. 598 and a 2. 3,500s in the green for Leanne Morgan with the win in the right lane. Mark Cather, left lane, single run. 505 on the dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. High school, need high school to the staging lanes. High school to the staging lanes. Rankin Technical College, high school to the staging lanes. Thank you. Pro class, need you to the staging lanes. Pro class to the staging lanes. Pro class to the staging lanes. High school as well. And attention to the pits, 450, 470, need you guys as well. 450 to the staging lanes, 470 to the staging lanes. High school, pro, 450 and 470, need you all back to the staging lanes. Thank you. Again, high school pro, 450 and 470. Need you all back to the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations or for your finals. High school pro, 450 and 470 to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, let's get ready for sportsman matchups here. Brad Booker, right lane, 1235, taking on Jim Pearson in the left lane from Winfield, Missouri. Dialed in at 1195, leaving the wire box right now. And Jim Pearson breaks out. Brad Booker picks up the win in the right lane, 12:39 and a 6. 147 green light for Brad, picking up the win in that right lane. 11:93 and an 8. Misses it by 12 thou. Jim Pearson does, and Brad Booker picks up the win. Next up, left lane, Luke Beach, 11:70, taking on Doug Albus in the right lane with a 12:61. Well, identical reaction times, but who will come out on top? Both drivers break out. It's going to be Luke Beach picking up the win, 11:68 and a 9. The 45,000 green light. And Luke Beach picks up the win in the left lane, 12:57 and a 6 for Doug in that right lane. Just 11 thou shy for Luke Beach, enough for the victory in that left lane. Luke Albus, left lane, 11:72, in the Corvette, taking on Neil going in the right lane in the Trans Am, 11 3/4. .007 red light for Neil Goyne. That's going to be enough for Luke Albus to pick up the win in the left lane. 11:72, 9 thou in the good for Luke. 84 in the green on the jump. Move on in the left lane. Up next, Bobby Myers, left lane 12-14. Brad Kemmerer in the right with 12-19. Again, if you're not there, we need you there. We need high school, 450, 470. Pro class as well. Brad Kemmerer breaks out, 12-17-7, 13th out too quick. Bobby Myers with the win, 12-15 and a 5, 82 thou in the green on that jump for Bobby Myers. Enough for the win in the left lane, moving on to the next round. All right, up in this Junior Thunder final, Jack Bogacki left lane, 14 even. Callie Sutton in the right lane from Alton, Illinois, leading a 9 1/4, 9.25. It's for the Thunder final. Stage for Jack Bogacki and a 260 off the line, 14:09 and an 8 on that run. Callie Sutton 9:40 and a 2, 3:26 off the line, and Jack Bogacki picks up the win in the Junior Thunder final. Junior Lightning matchups here as Michael Bordeaux takes in the left lane, St. Louis, Missouri, 794 on the dial. Kaylee Painter, right lane, dialed in at 798. Kaylee Painter picks up the win in the right lane. 97,803 to 3 off the 798 dial over Michael Bordeaux's 837.7. Kaylee Painter moves on in the right lane in the Junior Lightning matchup. Stetson Taylor on a singles run here, 791 on the dial. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you to the staging lanes. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you to the staging lanes. Thank you. Again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you're not there, we need you there. Kenneth R. Short Super Pro Bike needs you to the staging lanes. Kenneth R. Short, Commercial Safe and Lock, excuse me. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you to the staging lanes. My goodness. It's Sunday afternoon. I need to go home. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, Stetson Taylor going on a singles run here. Wrap up our Junior Lightning class. A 078 green light for Stetson Taylor. 794 and a 1. That'll wrap things up for our Junior Lightning class. Got our high school final coming up in just a moment. $798.90 juniors need you to the staging lane. $798.90 juniors need you to the staging lane. $798.90 juniors to the staging lanes. All right, let's get ready for our high school final here. Right lane, Connor Hanlon, 1160, St. Louis, Missouri. Left lane, Luke Beach from Troy, Illinois with 1169. And Connor Hanlon breaks out. Luke Beach picks up the win, 1171 and a 2. 3100s in the green for Luke Beach. Congratulations, Luke, winner for the high school class today. And I'll wrap things up for our high school class here, brought to you by Rankin Technical College. Again, 798.90 Junior Dragsters need you to the staging lanes. Two Girls Garage 790, S&W Power Sports 890 need you guys to the staging lanes.
All right, I hear the engines fire as we roll into Jake's Performance Products round number 4. First out's going to be Outlaw Trailer 450 Index Dragsters. Our first pair of the semifinal round will be your number 12 qualifier, Darren Douglas. Taking on your number 8 qualifier, the one with the dragster that says Pink Taco. That's Jeremy York. York family out of Indiana. Douglas with roots in Illinois. Jeremy York in the pink and black hot rod in the right-hand lane. And Darren Douglas with the blue, yellow, pink, primarily yellow hot rod in the left. Ford Power versus Chevrolet. We started with over 30 competitors and we're down to the final 4. Losers here walk away with $500. Turn on the win light and you've got a chance at $10,000 in the final round here at Sunday at the World Wide Technology Raceway. Burnouts are complete. One of 2 semifinal pairs about ready to turn on a win light. Darren Douglas in the left. Frank watching on. Jeremy York in the right. Advantage going to York in the right. Jeremy York turns on the win light. Jeremy York 12 up front, 3 above the index. Taking the stripe by 19 thou as Darren Douglas is 27 and cannot run the number. Jeremy York 453 at 145. Down a good 7 to 8 mile an hour there to turn on the win light. And that'll bring up our second pair, Mr. Kenny Carson. Kenny Carson took down Karsten Bloom earlier. He's going to look over and see Morgan Napier, your number 2 qualifier versus your number 19 qualifier, to see who will face Jeremy York in the final round. Double O's a pair as they drive by. Win light, Kenny Carson. How about 10 total? 007, dead 3 for Mr. Carson. That puts him 20 thou in front of Morgan Napier at the finish line. Morgan, 008, stops 2 above 2, gives up the stripe, and it was the wrong decision in this round. Kenny Carson versus Jeremy York for your final round of Outlaw Trailer 450 Dragster. Up next, looks like we got Pro coming at you. Mike Radulowski in the family 624 in the left. Taking on Steve Zuner. Zuner, Imperial, Missouri. 2001 Dakota pick-em-up truck, dialed 779. Little over a 1.5 seconds head start going to the Dodge pickup truck. Radulowski waits. They are clean and green. 10 thou advantage going to the left lane in the Monster Energy lane. Give the win light to Radulowski. 45, 23 thou behind at the stripe, but puts a 2 over 1 to win as Steve Zuner is 55, take 23 to break it out 12 thou. Got to take 11 thou or less and was unable to do so. Mike Radulowski on the round number next. That'll bring up Brad. Brad in the 19 Challenger, dialed 794, taking on David Shear. Shear out of Granite City, Illinois. Down 7:02. And this one is all Shear. Shear's got him all but doubled up. Can he can. David Shear, 75 and 7 over, takes a thou down there at the finish line stripe. David Shear moving on. And it looks like final pair of the round here in pro. Mike Davis out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Dialed in at a 850, taking on Danny Radulowski. Brother to Mike, dialed 631 out of Highland, Illinois in the Little Vega wagon. $38 to a 56. Can the orange Mustang hold on? He cannot cover the number. Give the win to Danny Radulowski, 56. 16th thou above the dial-in safely puts him there first. Tension to bits. Verge Jr Dragster Index. Verge Jr Dragster Index. 790, we need you. Verge Jr Dragster Index, 790, we need you. Verge 890 also. We'll take S&W 890, Two Girls Garage 790. We need you. Attention to pits, World Wide Technology Super Pro and Sportsman classes. We'll take you now also. Come on down. As they come to life under the tower, it's the semifinals for the Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars. $10,000 to win, and there's 3 remaining. Mr. 470 himself, 2024 champion, Jason Griswold in the left-hand lane. Taking on the 1953 Studebaker, Logan Jameson. Been fighting this hot rod a little bit earlier in the weekend, but has been making solid A to B laps, run after run here today on Sunday. What can you say about Jason Griswold? He's done it all. Defending champ, #1 qualifier, and in the semifinal round here today. Nitrous versus Supercharger. Just the way the good Lord intended it, right here on the starting line. Getting after it for their chance at this $10,000 final coming up shortly. Jameson is in. Griswold, pre-stage. Griswold staged. Clean and green, small advantage going to the left lane, going to the left lane. Jason Griswold, 18 dead, 6, 24 total. Logan Jameson is 23 at the hit, got to take a thou or less. Decided to let him go down there at 140 some mile an hour. Jason Griswold is heading to the final round, and we'll find Jim Huggett in the other lane. Jim in the co-op. 470 index. About ready to find himself in the final, looking over against Jason Griswold. Jim going to try to make a nice A to B run here and come back around for the $10,000 final round. Once again, Verge Jr Dragsters, you should be there. Two Girls Garage, Auto Parts 790. And S&W 890, we need you. Jim Huggett, 002 on the let go, 473 with a 9 right down Broadway. We'll need to pick it up 3 to 400s for the final round. but it'll be Jason versus Jim in the final here today for $10,000 in Rick's Powder Coating 470. And here's Leroy.
All right, let's take a look at this matchup here. Charles Willis Sr. in our commercial statement lock super pro bike, left lane, 943. Scott Leonard in the right lane, 919. Both riders break out. Charles Willis Sr. picks up the win, 942 and a 6, up the 57 thou green light. Scott Leonard putting in a 916.7, but the 4 thou difference for Charles Willis Sr. enough to pick up the win. Phil Humphrey left lane, 9 even on the dial. Brandon Childress right lane with the 894. And Phil Humphrey picks up the win, 903 and a 4, 12 thou on the green light. Enough for the win. Stephen Davis, singles run, 10:52. All right, we got the S&W Power Sports 890 Junior Dragsters. Number 1 versus number 2 here. Luca Markham taking on Cohen Reed. A 009 green light for Cohen Reed's going to be enough to get the job done despite both drivers breaking out. 888 and a 6 on the run for Cohen Reed right there in the right lane. And that's enough to give Cohen the victory in that right lane over Luke Markham, putting in an 874.6. Just 4 thou difference on that run for Cohen Reed in the right lane. Picking up the win in that 890 matchup. Next up, Two Girls Garage 790 Junior Dragster matchup. Caleb Hall left lane, 790, obviously. Mia Rabarski right lane. 006 green light for Mia, picks up the win in that right lane. 795 and a 6 off the 790 mark that was needed compared to Caleb Hall's 795 and a 4. 3900th green light for Caleb, and Mia picks up the win in that right lane. Aaron Martin singles run here. Super Pro, Sportsman need you both back to the staging lanes. Super Pro and Sportsman need you guys back to the staging lanes. Super Pro and Sportsman need you guys to report back to the staging lanes for your next round. Super Pro and Sportsman, thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Lightning needs you also back to the staging lanes. Junior Lightning back to the staging lanes for your next round. Junior Lightning back to the staging lanes. Thank you. Junior Lightning Pro and Super Pro to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we're missing one. Super Pro, speak now or forever hold your peace. Super Pro, missing one. Please head over to the staging lanes. If you're part of Super Pro and you're still competing, we need you over to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, let's keep things rolling here this afternoon with our Super Pro matchups. Leading things off here, Mark Horton versus Bernie Geist Jr. Horton in the left lane from Callahan, Florida with a 4.5. Bernie Geist Jr. right lane from Roxana with a 5.89. Pro Class, need you back to the staging lanes. Pro Class, back to the staging lanes for your next round of competition. Pro Class, back to the staging lanes. Pro Class, please report back to the staging lanes. Thank you. 3,000 difference, but both drivers with the red lights. 002 from Mark Horton, though, and that's going to pick up the win, 4:15 and 2. Would have been a perfect. Horton jumped just a hair early, and will pick up the win because of it. Next up, left lane, Richard Taylor, 4:52. Brian Cook, right lane, 4:51. Brian Cook with the win, better reaction time and the win, 4:53 and 0, 14,000 in the green, and that'll be enough to pick up the win in that right lane. Richard Taylor 4:53 and a 4 off the 4:52 mark, and Brian Cook moves on in that right lane. Up next, Sean Tigner 6:17 on the dial in the right lane, Hillsborough, Missouri. Jason Graham's left lane from St. Peters, Missouri, 5:81 in that Vega. .450 and .470 final rounds will take you to the lanes right now. .450, .470 finals. We will take you to the lanes right now. .450, .470 finals. Take you to the lanes right now. Thank you. Sean Tigner picks up the win courtesy of a 003 green. 6:17 and a 9 on that run for John. 5:81 and a 3 for Jason Grahams, but it's going to be just enough for John to pick up the win on there. 64-10 thou, that's the difference on that run. John Tigner moves on in the right lane. Up next, Sean Miller, 466 from O'Fallon in that right lane, taking on Mark Cather in the left lane with a 505. Difference, but Sean Miller will pick up the win despite the slower react time, 4:66 and an 8. And Sean Miller will move on in that right lane, 5:06 and a 9 for Mark Cather. Sean Miller in the right lane picks up the win. Up next, Terry Campbell, right lane, 4:55. Leanne Morgan, 5:89 left lane. Terry Campbell picks up the win in the right lane, 15th out on the jump, 4:56 and an 8. Leanne Morgan was quarter on there, .025, 591 and a 2 off the 589 mark. But Terry Campbell with the win in the right lane. Up next, Luke Alberts, right lane, 1173 from St. Charles, Missouri. Sportsman matchups here against Bobby Myers with the 12-12. Luke Alberts with the win in the right lane after Bobby Myers jumps a hair early, 16th out to be exact, and Luke Alberts breaks out but does pick up the win, 11:68 and a 3 off that 11:73 that was needed. 84th thou though on the jump, and that'll be enough for Luke Alberts to pick up the win right there. All right, next up, Brad Booker versus Luke Beach. Luke had to graduate, so Luke had to leave, but congratulations to Luke. And Brad will have a singles run here. So we'll have our Sportsman Final just a little bit later this evening. Again, 450, 470, you guys should be in the staging lanes already, 450, 470. All right, Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder here. Kaylee Painter, Junior Lightning, 799. Jack Bogacki, Junior Thunder, 1407. From Carterville, Illinois, right lane. Jack Bogacki breaks out with a 14.01 and an H. Kaylee Painter, 8.02, 76 thou on the jump. And Kaylee Painter will pick up the win in that left lane. Stetson Taylor, left lane single, 794 on the dial. Stetson Taylor, 47th thou too quick on the red light, 792 and a 9 on that run. That's a singles run, so it's okay. Danny Radulowski left lane from Highland, Illinois, 630. John Radulowski from Highland, Illinois, 628. Should be interesting. Radulowski versus Radulowski. Let's go. And the red light for Danny Radulowski, and that's going to give John the win in the right lane, despite breaking out. But 004 in the green is good enough for John to pick up the win. 627 and a 3 in that right lane. Next up, Mike Radulowski left lane, 6 1/4 against David Shear from Granite City, Illinois in the right lane with a 707. Well, David Shear breaks out with a 703 and an 8 after needing that 707 dial. Radulowski with a 625.7, 7th thou off the mark, and it's going to be enough for Mike to pick up the win in that left lane. That'll finish things up here for our pro class. We'll have that final coming up in just a little bit as well. Verge 790, Super Pro needs you guys to the staging lanes. Verge 790 and Super Pro need you guys back to the staging lanes.
Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call, Verge 790. Verge 790, we need you to the lanes, please. Two Girls Garage Auto Parts 790, we will take you to the lanes. As the engines come to life under the tower here at World Wide Technology Raceway in Mickey Thompson Round 5, Fuel Factory Final. In our Outlaw Trailer 450 Dragster, we have in the left lane, out of Ohio, Kenny Carson. Carson looks over and will face Jeremy York. Jeremy York out of Indiana. Both drivers do burnouts simultaneously and back them up before they put them in the beams for $10,000. Going to the winner here today. Both drivers pre-staged. They will bump them in ever so slightly. This one's over at the hit. Kenny Carson turns it red, handing the win to Jeremy York. Jeremy York, 11, shuts it off early as he will coast off the racing surface as our Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragster champion, Jeremy York. Kenny Carson was 9th out red, handing the win to Jeremy. Next up, we'll bring our Rick's Powder Coating 470 Doorcar Final. Mr. 470 himself, our #1 qualifier, Jason Griswold. In the left lane, looks over, taking on Jim Huguet. Jim, local to the St. Louis area, in his first final round in 470 Doorcar competition here at the Verge. Jason Griswold, 2024 470 champion. Both drivers making excellent A to B runs all day long. Both nitrous assisted hot rods. Jim has put it in the beam. Jason to follow. Clean and green, Jim has the advantage. Give it to Jim Huguet. 008, 1 above 5, gets the job done. Jason Griswold, 35 up front, 2 thou behind at the stripe and breaks it out trying to get in front. Our Verge Quick Outlaws, Rick's Powder Coating 470 champion, going to Mr. Jim Huguet in the right-hand lane. Attention to pits. All winners, we need you back to the lanes now, please. All winners, we need you back to the lanes now, please.
Again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Need all winners to staging lanes. All winners back to the staging lanes. If you are still competing, need you back to the staging lanes. All competitors still back, they're still going back to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, up next, our Two Girls Garage 790 Junior Dragster Final. Number 1 seed, Aaron Martin, who put in a thrilling 790 and a 2 earlier. And Mia Rybarski, sitting at the number 2 seed right now. 791 and a 3. So this should be a really, really good matchup between these two. Martin in the left lane, Rybarski in the right lane. All right, this is the final. Pre-stage lights lit. Nearly identical reaction times from both number 1 and the number 2. And picking up the win, this one is going to be Aaron Martin. And oh my goodness, you want to talk about close. Holy cow, 791 and a 1 for Martin, 791 and a 0 for Rybarski in the right lane. 5/10 out, man. I tell you what, that is a absolute close race between the two competitors. Holy cow. Congratulations to Aaron Martin, winner in the Two Girls Garage 790 Junior Dragster. Oh my word. All right, Super Pro matchups here, Super Pro matchups here. In our left lane, Mark Horton from Callahan, Florida, dialed in at 4.5. Terry Kamler sitting in from Freeburg, Illinois, in the right lane, the 455. Perfect reaction from Mark Horton. Triple zeros on the jump for Mark, giving him the win in the left lane. 450 and a 5. 5 thou on the difference on that one. 455 and a 3 for Kamler. But what a great run again. But it's going to be Mark Horton coming out on top thanks to the 000 green light. Sean Miller left lane, 465. Brian Cook right lane, 452. Brian Cook with the win thanks to the 19th hour reaction time, 453 and a 2 off the 452 mark. Sean Miller putting in a 467 and a 9. The 385 green light's going to end that run. Brian Cook with the win on the right lane. Up next, singles run, John Tigner here in the Super Pro matchup. A 006 green light for John Tigner. Does break out with a 6:16.6. That'll wrap things up for our Super Pro class here. Sportsman Final. Sportsman Final coming up your way. Brad Booker left lane. 12:38 on the dial. Luke Albert's right lane from St. Charles, Missouri. 11:69. This is your Sportsman Final. Luke Albert, 66th thou in the green, but does break out, picks up the win because of a 33 thou red light for Brad in the left lane. 12:40 and a 7 on the run for Brad in the left lane, but it's going to be Luke Alberts, your sportsman winner. Luke Alberts with the win in the right lane. Charles Wills Sr. left lane in our commercial save and lock Super Pro bike. Charles Wills Sr. left lane 940. Stephen Davis right lane from Wentzville, Missouri, 1053. Stephen Davis does break out. Charles Willis Sr. with the win, 946 and a 6. And here's a singles run from Phil Humphrey. Red light singles run. That's okay. 898 and a 5 off the 9 even dial. And I'll finish things up for our commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike class. Pro Class Final, Mike Radulowski left lane 626, John Radulowski right lane 627. Yeah, it's going to be Mike Radulowski picking up the win in our Pro Class Final, 626 and a 1 in that left lane, 26th thou on the jump. John Radulowski, 627 and a 0 in that right lane, but Mike Radulowski in the left lane picks up the win. All right, another final coming your way here as we are just rolling right along. Kaylee Painter left lane, 799. Stetson Taylor right lane, 792. Painter picks up the win after Stetson Taylor breaks out. 791 and a 6/4 thou, too quick in the right lane. Kaylee Painter putting in an 8:004. 200ths in the green on that run for Kaylee Painter in the left lane. Picks up the win in the Junior Lightning Final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All winners back to the staging lanes. All winners back to the staging lanes. All winners, please report back to the staging lanes. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we're missing one. Super Pro, we're missing one for our semifinal. We need one. Is it you? Come to the staging lanes. We need the Cookie Monster. Partly because we're hungry, but also partly because we need you, Brian. So we need Brian Cook to the staging lanes. All right, time now for our Super Pro semifinals. In our right lane from Hillsborough, Missouri, driving the Malibu with the 617 dial, John Tigner. In the left lane from Callahan, Florida, looking for a 4.5, Mark Horton. And with the breakout from Mark Horton, it's going to be John Tigner with the win, 617 and a 3. 3 thou off the mark on the original dial, 1900s in the green. Mark Horton in that one is going to be going the other way. Next up, as Tigner moves on, Brian. Well, my computer all went weird. Sorry. Verge payout is in the media center at the bottom of the tower. That's where you need to go if you want to get paid from Verge. Verge is getting everyone paid over in the media center. So if you are owed by Verge, head on over to the media center here at the bottom of this tower, not in race control. Don't come see us. Go downstairs. See them in the media center. Thank you. All right, here is your commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike final in our right lane from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Looking for a 942 on the dial, Charles Willis Sr. And in the left lane from Collinsville, Illinois, looking for an even 9, Phil Humphrey. Pre-staged. Red lights for both. But the 004 red light for Phil Humphrey will give Phil the win in the left lane. Does break out with an 898.7. Charles Willis Sr. putting in a 1244.8. It will not be enough to get the job done. Phil Humphrey picks up the win. Congratulations to Phil, winner of the Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike Final. Finally. The finals of all finals. In the right lane from Hillsboro, Missouri, John Tigner, 617 on the dial in the 79 Malibu. Taking on Brian Cook in the left lane with a 452. Pre-staged here in this final. A 001 green light for John Tigner, and that's going to do it. 6:18 and a 7. Brian Cook putting in a 4:55.5. The 005 green light, but John Tigner is your Super Pro winner for today. All right, that's going to wrap things up for us from here. I want to thank you all for hanging out with us all day and all weekend right here at World Wide Technology Raceway and Drag Strip. It's been an absolute pleasure to call all the action here. Big shout out to Verge for all of their hard work this weekend, and a thank you to all competitors for participating this weekend. And a big shout out to our staff for the hard work that they do on the track to make sure it stays safe. And you guys rock. And we'll see you next time at World Wide Technology Raceway and Dragster. If I don't see you, have a safe rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you next time.